You got a pal in me. Yeah, pal, man. But not the pal that you thought I'd be. I'm off key. It's weird, my head voice is always... have you ever experienced that? Your head voice is slightly different than, like, your real voice? I always have issues, because this is why I don't record my voice really that much. I just yap. It's easier like that, but... oh my god, welcome. So, today... I don't know, I'm just chilling for a bit. It's early. I just want to get through a couple of things and just post it. So, plus I got a lot of shit to do around the house. But I'm just pulling up my second monitor, being my laptop. Yeah. Oh, it works, but it's just using up bandwidth, man. It's using up my bandwidth. Freaking. It's cool that I don't have to, like, move into the mic. I was just doing my audio settings again. Because, yeah. I really. I've been setting this up for a fucking long time. Or just, like, micromanaging the audio settings, and it's been getting better, which is great. Boo, boo, boo. But yeah, I think I'm glad that the last few streams have been very consistent quality-wise. Like, that's good. I'm glad a lot of these issues, I finally figured out what works in the back. I mean, I knew what worked in the back end, but this shit, again, these updates. I haven't even updated Streamlabs again because I don't want it to break again. I'm sick of fucking updating it. But I know, obviously, for, like, if I want to connect to the servers, I don't know. I might see how long I can not update it for and just keep this, because if it works, it works. Everything's streamlined. I'm not really losing frames. I mean, last few times I've been losing frames because of the internet, I think. It's crazy. The internet's been just bad. I'm wondering, why the fuck do we pay for that? Why do we pay for that, dude? I should get, like, monthly refunds every time they have, like, at least 5 disruptions during the month, or at least, like, a portional, like, refund. Be like, yeah, we're sorry about that. It would be nice, but, you know, it's capitalism. Anyways, one thing I wanted to triple check with y'all is on this publish settings, and I double checked it because I was like, sometimes this shit does weird stuff, but request public search, like, it's checked off, so that means do not do that, okay? And as we've seen, because I'll do the engine for AC, fundamentals of cosmic consciousness, I'll do the brackets this time, and I'll see if it pops up. But I mean, the fact that Google's just no, it just has not been able to figure it out. Even with my Twitch channel, that's the worst fucking part. I don't understand why I can't find my Twitch channel on Google, and it literally, I can find that everywhere else, no problem. That's weird. That is very weird. I get they're a competitor, I guess, but, like, marginally, no. Why is that net? And I mean, the self-report on the monopolization of the internet. Fucking Christ. Anyways, that's going to be interesting to be used in court. Like, yeah, AI can make mistakes, but it's your AI, and there's data and links to support what it just found for me. So I don't know, man. I mean, I'm not asking for money. I'm just asking for reform. That's all. The money part I would like to do naturally through the fucking YouTube process, but I don't know. I mean, I like my thumbnails. I mean, that's subjective and stuff like that, but they're informative. I'm sure people, if they saw my thumbnails, they would be like, huh, what the fuck is he talking about? Like, genuine, especially the most recent ICE video. Won't have a country to run if we get nuked. Then again. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, my guy. Yeah. Eh. Yeah, this is what I've been unsure of too. I mean, his kids ran to Albania, and Peter Thiel to Argentina. away from any big targets, even though that much force all at once would wipe out the atmosphere. That's a like genuinely, yeah. Because if a whole country got nuked, like is the size of the U.S., the amount of carbon that would be vaporized into the atmosphere, because it's not like it's disappearing, it's literally just disintegrating into the atmosphere because of the thermodynamic process. It's not like it's the atoms. That's what everything solid in that area breaks down into, is the pure atoms into the atmosphere, and that much carbon all at once would literally rip the hole into the atmosphere, and we'd all die. So even if it was just one country with the magnitude and scale, I mean, if it was, I don't know, we never tested that, and that's honestly something with the heat dome, especially over the Great Lakes. That would be a hole in the atmosphere. It would let everything out into space. That'd be it. That would be it. So I don't think anyone's really surviving at all, even if they had a bunker. Even if they had oxygen, there's no way. Unless you like NASA proofed it and airlocked a room and had an oxygen generation device, but bro, I mean, the underground bunker could have that. It could have that because it would be considered for that, but it wouldn't be able to survive forever. Like that would just be it would just be him for a little bit and then he'd be dead. He'd probably be just watching reruns of Fox News in the bunker at that point, being like, "I was so great, fuck everybody else." You know, he might end up being the last person left on Earth. Holy shit, actually. Anyway, that's a scary thought. But, you know, he's that demented, and people are really fucked up from not listening and being so ignorant. We did it to ourselves. Anyways, I'm glad this is still here, though. I'm glad I'm not being censored at this moment through the comments section. I have some hope for that. But I've been keeping track, at least, of a fair portion of what I've been commenting. It'd be insane to keep track of everything. I can't do that. There's a history section for that anyways, but it just sucks that even if they delete comments, I'm not being notified. So I have no way of like combating that knowingly unless I'm literally keeping track of every comment. So yeah. I get the filters and stuff, but it's just that issue with the searching. So speaking of which, going back to that, besides that, also I downloaded the files at the whitehouse.gov sent out last night, and that was the biggest self-snitch in human history. I swear to fucking God. Russia, 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 Russia. And the first few sentences of the speech, the Russia interfered in the election. Like, oh, you don't say. And then literally in the papers that the documents that he put out, it literally stated who they were interfering for. Bro. And then the illegal immigrants one, that one's just stupid. It's just making a blanket statement over voter rolls of, I mean, honestly, the numbers from the states that apparently did work with the SAVE Act that they did present, you could attest that to immigrants that, I mean, well, they would have to be green card holders unless they had their naturalization revoked in some sense for, I mean, one of the policy versions and then declared illegal, or they could have tried and registered, and sure, they'd be registered, but then when you vote, they would check that with the database. And then I don't think when they check for votes, actually, this is a good question, because I was wondering this last night. When they check the votes, do they just check against, I don't think, because you have to put your ID number in. I'm pretty sure, right? At least for mail-in. No, well, you need to be 18 or older to vote. I think yeah, you think you do. I'm pretty sure you put your ID number. So they check both the state ID. Obviously, you're illegal. You're not going to be able to do that, and that's the whole point. Where at least what I'm saying is, before I go to check this real quick, but I'm pretty sure you put your ID number on the ballot because you need a valid ID to vote. In some sense, like it's not like they just let you go in. Like you got to prove who you are. Like you gotta like show them who you are, even if you go in for a paper ballot. I don't get it. You just don't need to bring your social security. And if you're an illegal immigrant, you don't have an ID. If you have a fake ID, they check that and they find out about that. That's the cases when illegal immigrants get caught voting. That's the few people that do out of all the ones that are registered. That's when the system works. That's it been working, dude. I don't fucking oh my god. No, now I remember because I know you need your ID to vote because you need to be 18 or older to vote, and they need to prove who you are. Like you don't just I don't know. I don't know. Just all right, whatever. Finding my website is one thing. I'm first curious about that before I switch the settings up. No, no, transcends the ego, yada 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 yada. Sure, sure. No, it's still not here. Still not here. Google site. I'm gonna do this. WEP. No, 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 nope, nope, nope. Bing. I'm just gonna do Bing Yahoo. I might do DuckDuckGo. Because if any of them can find it, then that's weird. But if I can also, I'm gonna switch the setting for the publishing setting afterwards because I mean I just showed you it's just, like it's checked off for literally to not do the thing that it says to do. I, so bang. What did I look up Bing? I did. I guess. Oh, it's because that's just how it works. Duck, duck, go. This is what I'm saying. Because people, even, especially if you have a Chrome browser, which is in most Android phones anyways, like, this is what you're doing. So if you're looking for some entertainment, any of my stuff, you're typing it in the address bar and it's not showing up. So you need my links. In order to get my links, you need to be able to find me. If you can't find me, you can't get my links. And if you can't get my links, I can't get traffic. And the vicious cycle continues. I don't, like, I'm not trying to reason myself into this stuff, but it's like, I'm just thinking, dude. I'm just fucking thinking. I'm just thinking out loud. But like, I don't know. I might try them. I might. I don't know. I don't know. Oh my god. Yahoo. 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 Don't sue, bro. But honestly, I have more respect for you now than ever. Did it do Yoo-hoo? Oh, the chocolate milk's not good, dude. I know Nestle's controversial, but Christ, bro, where's my monitor? Why can't I see chat? My monitor's also been having a habit of shutting off on its own. Oh my god. Alright, cool. Can I hear myself? Am I alive? I am alive. Yes, cool. And it's not even that laggy too. It's great. Anyways, we're gonna do this. Can I do this here? Nah. I remembered all my stuff though. Cool. Yeah, so you can see for yourself what I was trying to do. Let me do. Alright, let's see if you can find it like that. I found it. I found it. I fucking found it. Alright, yeah, so it's not me. It's not me. It's just Google and YouTube. That is so weird. Copilot was like, all right, yo, bet. Project posits that consciousness is not just a biological phenomenon, but a process that can be understood, modeled, and even engineered. It suggests that by aligning human cognition with mathematics. Yes! Woo! Yes! Copilot, holy shit! I ain't even like, well, thank you. I like, it's not like I spent months fucking writing this, testing this, like, do it. Yes! And that's where we are today. Alright. Well, what the fuck, Google? Why are you betraying me, Google? 90% of the fucking market share, Google, and you know what? Again, we'll reaffirm this. Bro, well, like, that's good. That makes me feel better knowing that at least 10% of the internet can find me if they even know who I am. Holy shit. But that's very unfair. Very not equal opportunity, my guy. Holy shit. Again, check out the video. Oh my god, check out Twitch. Twitch, help. Help. Help, you're my only hope. Fucking people. Bro. This is also Twitch, come on. Hi, viewers, hi. Hi, I know it's welcome, good morning, anybody. Like, genuinely, check my stuff out, please. It will get you engaged. It will get you thinking. It will, brother. I'm not trying to start a new religion or anything, but, like, just hear me out, okay? Just, I'm not trying to debunk any of it either. I get where it all comes from. So, and I understand and I respect it. Just like, again, when you check out my posts too on my channel, on my YouTube channel, I recently went over the whole attack on Marxism and how apparently they're atheists and stuff like that. No. They take from principles that are related to atheism. But just because it's related to a part of a belief doesn't mean it's the whole entire belief. We've been over this so many times. Not even just on the channel, but it's just in human history. So, I mean, the Constitution's also built around that fact. The First Amendment is built around that fact. You know, that acceptance of ideas and the importance of it. The founders were inventors, they were lawyers, there were people with real life experience, even though it was a lot simpler back then, and not everything was great, not everything was fair either. They knew that, and to some extent, they believed that certain things were certain ways and they were wrong in some aspects when it came to like the sciences at least and race culture and everything else, which over time we've been figuring it out. Intellect is not necessarily a genome thing, it's an experience thing. All right, the genome part of it comes from, again, your faculties of perception that I write about. This is like actual legit, it's a legit fucking understanding of everything in such a way where it connects with physics and we can build a genuine framework. This is what I've been doing for a year. And Google and YouTube refuse to give it the light of day. Genuinely refuse to give it the light of day. So I'm gonna give these videos some time to at least like give them a chance, whether it's on Twitch or on YouTube. Okay? And I mean, if anything comes from it, then great. But then I'm also gonna have to contact YouTube, and after I do that, depending on what happens, it's gonna determine what's next. That's just a fact. And while I already have ongoing litigation against me that I have to handle and that I'm going to have to start handling soon, I still got like another half a month at least to just focus on what I want to focus on right now before I have to deal with some real life shit. And I can't put anything out there. There's a lot of stuff that I have to look into first. There's a lot of stuff that I have to learn about still, and I have about 2 months to do it. So it's a good. I know I have a good bit of direction, and I have the tools and resources like here to figure everything out. So that's fine, and I will. And I have options. And the worst case scenario is I lose wage. I get my wages garnished, and the maximum for that is 15% by law anyways from the government, because it would be the government having to, I mean, I would have to pay back Discover, but with what money? They're literally trying to bleed out a stone, just trying to squeeze blood out of a stone. Like, I've been trying, okay. And like, if the lawyers like, if when, because I'm gonna have to present this channel, I'm gonna have to present everything that I've been trying to do since I lost my job. And I'm gonna have to claim for hardship. I'm not gonna claim guilty and then pay something I can't pay. I can't do that. I'm technically lying to the court at that point. And there's no plea deal. I have no money. I have no one that really helped me. I'm not married. I would like to be, but there's too much of this shit going on in my life. And that it's genuinely ruined my life. The monetary influence that exists in this country has inherently ruined my life. I mean, directly through every aspect of my life that is affected, whether it's with technology, whether it's with funding, whether it's with expenditures, whether it's with certain products not working right and me wasting money on shit because of that, and just not having the avenues necessary, at least for me, or I don't know. It's hard because, again, I've been banned off of 90% of the internet. At least for this last year, yes, or at least since I lost my job. Not before that, because when I was still at my job, I was posting on X and I was posting at least stuff on YouTube. So I don't know how long this has been happening. So I really don't know. Because yeah, I did when I was still working at Fitzy's. I had my videos started, and I get the channel just started, and also I already had my thesis like posted. Because I was still working there, and then I had a stroke, broke my hand, and then they let me go. So even since when I had my last agreement with Discover, that's where this matters, because otherwise, if I was still paying this, I wouldn't be going to court right now. And that's a fact. Everything really leading up to that point doesn't matter, but the fact is that I've been trying to have a career opportunity here at YouTube, or just online in general, and I'm literally incapable, not unknowingly unable to do that after a year of trying to do this, over a year of trying to do this. Which that's not right. That's not right at all. And between then, I've had troubles getting a job. I have trouble doing all this stuff because I've been doing literally like physics research. I've been self-teaching from where I left off from college and expanding my horizons and applying it in such a way that it's something tangible. And I mean, you can have whatever two ways about it, but regardless, this is still a tool that can be utilized by the everyday person, the everyday American. It's actively being suppressed. I mean, this is just a synopsis with it. I'm going to shorten this, but I mean, for what it is and for what it represents, it's something actual. It's mathematical, it's geometric, it's rooted in fundamental aspects of our existence, our reality, how we measure things, how we perceive things. And what is the one thing about consciousness that gives it awareness? It's how it perceives its reality, how it is able to interact with its reality. That is what determines how aware something can be, which is why I have this philosophical thesis in the first place that explains in great detail exactly what I'm talking about. So, where's the lie? Who is at fault here? I would like to know that. And again, it's we have concepts ranging from core geometry, and this is all just mathematical formulas. I've had this audited multiple times. I'm continuing to audit this. I have 355 quote unquote dead code candidates. And what that means, at least for me, is things that are actually wired or not into the network. And plus, the path that I've been taking this, at least through this conversation, has been consistent throughout. It is, I was able to at least surplant initially, I mean, through vibe coding and stuff, but through an understanding of how these LLMs work, at least at a fundamental level, to a point where this has confirmed, at least to the best of my knowledge, against the internet. And I see the sources as it's looking through. I'm seeing where it's taking from Arvix, and I'm seeing where it's taking from, like, universities, like the things that are available online. And hopefully it's using Bing or something like that, honestly. But I'm joking. I don't know. But regardless, I see where the sources are, and you can see it yourself because I share it on my YouTube. I share links on my posts to this conversation, to this exact one, the full audit, so you can see for yourself. But oh, you can't. You can't. You want to know why? Because I'm shadow banned off 90% of the internet. So riddle me that. That's, again, how am I supposed to even have a chance? And I'm still figuring that out actively. So as doing this here, and we're gonna continue. I need this let this run because I only have a week left of pro, unless my this new job actually comes through for me. I still haven't heard back. I know this system is not working correctly, even when they wanted to hire me because they weren't able to view my full application because their servers suck and their whole system sucks. I heard all about it already. I'm like, oh well, it's just like every other fucking retail job I worked at, so whatever. But that's where I have the most experience, unfortunately. And I've been trying to apply myself in all these different areas, and I've not been successful. I get that, and I get that it's a subjective part of the experience for certain things. But when there are actual factors that have been, especially most recently, that have caused me to get sued by fucking Capital One and Discover, that are actively affecting my life and prospect, not even between like the ghost job epidemic that's going on and the fake job numbers, the fact that they keep revising it. How is there any trust in that system? I can go to what, the graphic design place across the street with no experience doing that. Even though I've tried to do my own window tint before, and I had issues because I used cheap Walmart shit, and I mean my heat gun was not working well either. Just it was not. I mean, it was the first time physical experience, and those I get are different. But if I went over there, one, they're not hiring. Two, I wouldn't be able to really get the job as an entry. I need experience. I don't have experience. As a mechanic, as an apprentice, maybe. But at the same time, with my at least current circumstances in my life, I've had to stay home with my kids for so fucking long. Like, my oldest daughter at least was sick, and this was even before, but she was sick throughout the whole first year of her life. And I would have to take turns staying home with my fiance. That's how it is. So that affected at least how my job viewed me, definitely. Um, because that was an availability issue, and I get that, and we had verbal agreements at least regarding all that stuff. So, but I mean, not even that, but there's the fact that I was there for as long as I was after the fact, and I do appreciate that. It just sucks that things had to go the way they went, and how they went, and it was just a lot of circumstances just very questionable, and that's something again I'll deal with elsewhere at this point. Um, At least it was already dealt with unemployment, which was great. But then that had a whole issue where it wasn't paying out for months, like almost 3 months for me. It wasn't paying anything, and I was looking for a job. I was applying to places. I was even if it was AI companies, like if it was entry level or as an intern or something that I could do remotely and like look into and like share this. I wanted to share this stuff, you know. And I'm not trying to fucking bullshit here, but it's like I wanted to be involved. I want to learn more. I know some basic coding. I'm not like the fastest. I'm not the best, and that's been a recurring thing throughout my life. It's like I get I'm not the best at everything, but I'm fairly competent, and I'm able to learn things on my own. I have been. I've been able to adapt on my own for so long. That's how I've been able to, I mean, survive for as long as I have been. But that's still like I've been trying. I've been trying, and at least for me, the lack of my availability and trying to juggle all these different things, it is what it is, and no one's perfect, and I shouldn't be expected to be perfect in certain ways, and that's why I'm gonna have to do what I have to do. So that's at least the story of my life right now. Oh shit. Anyways, what I've been doing, at least for this model, I'll give you a look, and I'll link it down below. I mean, you see here, it's like kind of like a clock. It's going back and forth. Boom, boom, and we can change. Fucking fill. Oh, yeah, don't fill. Oops. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The window size is huge because I allowed it to be huge. It does go off screen because there are calculations that happen off there, and I want people to be able to know if it's actually like rendering something at least, or this is supposed to be like a purely like objective model, mathematically and geometrically, and in design. So it's interesting to say the least. But we can change how it flows and how fast it flows. Yep. That's the whole point. And we could change by what size, which changes again the rate. We can also even fine tune that further, and that's where it relates to aspects of physics and forces and force distribution and different ratios. It is literally a description of gravity in and of itself. So, and time dilation and like everything with using just the relationships through multidimensional geometry. Okay, so that's it. And then step factors here. And we have hyperbola, elliptical, we have theta modes, so you have theta comparisons, and it'll actually draw them on the 2D, at least. The 3D has its own little section, so that little window from before, and a lot of these will turn on and off for this. Sometimes you have to pause the model in order to activate some of these things because they are very calculation heavy, because this is all just genuine mathematics, and you can look at the code, because a lot of the code, at least for the most part, when it comes to the reference variables and functions that are being used geometrically, have been directly injected by me through math format. And I have hundreds of pages, maybe even thousands of pages. This one's just 28, or maybe 8,000 pages at most. I have a lot of random stuff. Running nested radii. How big was this? Oh, no, it's just 4. Where are we at? There. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Keep going, keep going. It's still loading. It's still loading. I think it's 175. Okay. Yeah. All of these were injected into that model in some way, shape, or form. Do you see the theta modes right here? And these were all references calculated by me based on the geometry of this model. I mean, the definitions for what they mean and what they could mean realistically, I also explain. I also derived. I mean, philosophically, but also mathematically there is a real relation. And I figured that this was the best nomenclature for the phenomena that I was describing that emerged from this geometrical relationship of conservation between radii, surface areas, and other aspects of the model. This is why we get the bulging that happens when we compare the volumes within this model from an interchangeable radii in this way. In fact, I was wondering about thinking, well, if I can limit the volume itself with the square framework and then see how the radii might interact in a weird way. That this is something I'm also trying to explore as well. There is a lot of different mathematical and geometric aspects of this model because this is supposed to be representing literally everything. So it's what is the language of physics? It is mathematics. It is calculus. It is trigonometry. It is all the shortcuts, all the calculus, all the derivations that we have used with our language of mathematics when describing everything within the universe. And fundamentally, it's the same way and reason why states are recognized, states of existence, states of truth, states of being, states of falsehoods, truthy falsy, bro. Like, that's all I'm saying. It's not something really that like new. It's existed. Even when you try to look at my thesis on Google, it recommends the original fundamentals of the cosmic consciousness. Armored Core. It's a sick game. But yeah, see, it's again like Copilot fucking figured it out. If there is an active, even when I gave it my link, it still wouldn't figure it out. And the fact that Bing and other sources can find it, actually, I didn't check this yet, did I? Whoopsies. No, it's right there. It's right there. It's right there. Another one. Yeah, it's right there. So it's just, I don't. It was in the. It's the first key. The only thing I does different is the fucking bracket, dude. Why? And this happened with these search engines as well. Is it? Is there some conflict between my? I mean, I get the similarities between my thesis and the original that I found out after the fact. That after I already drew this geometric framework out, literally, as you can see on the fucking website, it literally fucking drew it in paint to show you people. I did hand drawings, like representing the nature of the model itself, how it functions, how it works, the initial idealization. I fucking like figured out. So, and then all the things that it could possibly relate to, and here is literally a visual representation of that. This is just the 3D section. And right now I'm auditing it for the third time, making sure that all this is true, and then continuing to expand upon that using the internet and the accurate sources. Again, with the vibe coding itself, I made integrity matter. I was like, you need to be doing this honestly, and you can go, it's in the very, very beginning, you can go search that, but honestly, with full like mathematical integrity, use the resources. And I even reinforce a lot of the resources in the project files from the previous projects that we were working on for it to weigh it against. And also the new discoveries that I've been trying to share from Andrew Muller regarding the gravitational constant relating to electromagnetic divergence, as well as I just implemented the relative measure for quantum spin. And that it's double checking this as well, and it's confirming his work as well. I don't think that's really a fallacy. I don't think that's a hallucination. It's just math. It has the functions here. It has the tool right here to calculate everything already coded using the geometry, the conservation. This is an exploratory lens for consciousness and statistics and measurement. It's a super selection framework. And there's a lot. There's so many different ways to attribute it. And that's the hard thing. It's like if understanding something that can explain everything, it relates to everything. I mean, yeah, it blurs the lines between our understanding of reality. I should not really, because we're still here. I'm still here. I had a stroke, but I'm still here. But this is the other thing. I also, if you are watching, check out the original thesis, because even like going through this self-conscious and aware oneself as a distinct individual, like these measures transition from intellectual conceptual thinking to a direct intuitive and spiritual awareness of the universe's interconnected life and order. I inherently describe that, I mean, accidentally, but yes, and I put a model to it, and I am building off of this intuition itself, like this perspective itself. So you know, and I've tested this with AI as well, and I'm currently am testing this with AI, one of the best AIs around, the most moral AIs around. There's a reason for that, but the main thing, and maybe this could be a real factor, at least from my testing and everything and what I put down, but maybe there is a reason why this isn't actively able to be found by Google's AI. Maybe there's a jailbreak within this framework to some extent. Because again, this I need to test this more, and I would like people to be able to see it. But if this is what's jailbreaking the AI and breaking it all over, and maybe like making them too woke or some shit like that, then I don't know. I don't know. And I would like to have a discussion with you, with everybody about it, because it's I'm very curious. I've always been a very curious person, but and we have quantum mechanics, we have proofs, cross references, pyramids, fractals. Not everything's like drawn out either on this window. I do have a whole discover section with like representations of these flow rates into these mathematical models and how this fundamentally geometric statistical like flow rate model in some way represents these. The only other thing I really, 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 really need the audit to make sure of is the preset section, because there's a good amount here. I think no, there's a ton. There's a ton. This is going to be after the dead code audit, because once all that code is like correctly wired, all the variables are condensed down, and like this is all completed, and most of it has been correct. Most of it's just this has reaffirmed that a lot of these like dead codes, they were correctly there. They just were not necessarily wired to the equations properly, so they were not showing the right numbers. And I mean, this has been going on for two different versions of Sonnet. I'm not using the higher end versions that are more, I mean, well, one, thinking and energy intensive, because I don't want this to be overthought. I want this to stay pretty consistent, pretty intuitive, pretty fundamental to at least the mathematics and the geometry and the science, right? The concepts that are involved. So this is why I'm sticking to at least Sonnet, and I've been using the max setting because I do want it to be thorough. And so far, it's been pretty accurate. There's a lot of coincidences with this model and everything else, and I would like for you to see it. I would like for you to take a moment, or as long as you want, to be like, huh, because this is meant to help focus and just get people introduced to physics, and all the complexities involved, because all of it itself is so nuanced because of the fine structure of the universe. So, and the fact that, I mean, there's the volume of energy that exists within the universe is still undefined. Like the total volume, regardless of form. And the only two ways that I'm going to be able to actually calculate is if I can calculate the Big Bang and the heat death. So it'd be space relative to the heat death, or de Sitter future, and the Big Bang. I just this wasn't even like meant to be the talking point here, but I did land on that section that like goes into some of that, and I would like peer reviews. I will do a LaTeX version of this as well if I can implement this, because it's like it's a lot of space. I'm actually gonna download this now, but I have the JSX. Oh, it went down. Sick. Yeah, that's the other thing too, is that I've been trying to condense this model down. So I mean, A, it runs more fluidly, but B, the redundancies in like the dead code. I want everything to be interconnected and actually calculating properly. Like if I and the calculations all will vary depending on, I mean, the precision that you're measuring within the engine itself, how you're measuring it, and the dimension that you're measuring it from, or at least calculating. Well, actually, a little bit of both, because we have the 2D and 3D visual representations of the flows. So you can put like a 5-dimensional flow in a 2D and 3D representation, how it kind of changes throughout dimensions, how things affect other things interdimensionally, and in a weird physics way, it's the butterfly effect. So, and actually, I was talking to my buddy yesterday, and he it was a weird coincidence because earlier we saw the yesterday. I don't know if you guys saw it with me. I forget, but there was a random clip about CERN getting dismantled and stuff like that, and the whole like parallel universes collapsing and everything going like haywire and stuff since and whatever. And my buddy mentioned it. I'm like, all right, that's weird, but no, that can't be true, because quantum physics wouldn't allow that. You're in CERN, they're just speeding up particles very, very fast for the speed of light. And particles that can go that speed without initially decaying, because they're using it as a collision. And they already have a certain maximum amount of energy within them. Most of the energy comes from the kinetics that's involved. I mean, worst case, though, it's still a fundamental limit in the volume and energy that's going to be released, regardless of how fast it's going. There's real limits involved. It's not going to affect the entire universe. This fucking happens in the sun literally every second of our lives. Nuclear fusion. They're just trying to do that on a single particle by particle basis in our own environment instead of a superheated environment like, well, plasma or Einstein boson condensate. Like, it's environment matters, and we're trying to harness that energy that comes from that. But unfortunately, it takes a lot of physical, mechanical, and electromagnetic forces, and a lot of us burning organic energy, because the oil is organic energy. Carbon's an organic substance, along with, well, water and all like this shit that literally makes biology up. Like, that matters. Literally. So, and I mean, I think what the particles that they're usually doing in the Hadron Collider is what, like hydrogen atoms. We're using like the smallest energy intensive fucking things. And I was even explaining to my buddy yesterday. It's just like think of a nuclear explosion. Like, that's basically the worst you're going to get is a nuclear explosion, and that's just a mini black hole. It just happens instantly. It just can't sustain itself any longer than the instant that it happens. That's it. It creates that little bit of space, and that's the particles, the energy gets spread out, as well as everything else that gets destroyed because of the force of that energy being released. Because that transition from form in such a rapid succession, like an instant, that ratio is what bulges into the 3D realized dimension, from a 2D force to 3D dimension, and causes the destruction that we've witnessed. but it doesn't destroy the whole world. One nuke doesn't destroy the whole world. We know that. But a chain reaction of them, and not even like, or just getting hit, one whole big area as big as the United States or any other big major country getting hit would destroy the whole world. It would just be it would be worse than what happened to the dinosaurs. Maybe. I don't know if the carbon would settle. I don't know what would happen, but we could genuinely just lose our atmosphere. There wouldn't really be the carbon to oxygen ratio would be insane. Even people in a bunker wouldn't be able to survive. They would suffocate and die. Even if it was an isolated system, they wouldn't last long enough. They wouldn't have the filters to deal with all that carbon in the air. Especially with the wildfires these days, it's already hard to breathe, and filters get clogged up very easily. How the fuck are you going to clean them? How are you going to have that oxygen? How are you going to get all that oxygen from the air? Do you have the graphene machines already set and the technology ready yet? There's a lot going on. And maybe some rich people are set. Maybe a few select few, and maybe that's the whole point of all this shit and why they're letting it happen, because maybe they're that confident and maybe that egotistical that they believe that they're going to survive, or maybe they're just that demented. And that's the real danger. That's why the doomsday clock is closer to the doomsday than ever before. And unfortunately, I've been trying to warn everybody, and I can't. I've been trying to educate people, and I can't get to anybody. So that's what sucks the most. I'm not trying to. There's no militia going on here. There's none of that. I'm just trying to help. Like, isn't that the whole point of trying to work? Is to help society? This is the type of work that I would like to do. This isn't like there's no delusion, intentional delusion here. I'm not 80 years old. My mind is fine, and I've been right about so much stuff. And at least I know that the definition of insanity is, for the most part, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. And I already realized that, and that's why I keep changing things up as much as I can. But there's a few other things I need to change up too. What time? It's getting late. So I don't know, but I also like to give some things time too, and that's the whole point of the justice system, is to give things time to figure things out. Anyways, I downloaded that. The other thing too is that there's an HTML, and it only has to reach out to the JS3 servers, I believe, and that's it. This cutoff I still have to fix, because this is a meet with edge border case, and I wanted to be able to minimize this, but I can't. Instead, it thought of this. So, there are times, obviously, where the AI fucks up, but I'm double checking all this stuff. Or at least I'm making sure that everything is wired correctly in the code, and I'm auditing it multiple times through different projects. Like, not just different conversations, but entirely different projects. Like, making sure that we start from a clean base going forward and develop, the tool base necessary in order to do this the right way. And so this is also why I'm downsizing it, because the project size is so limited. My only other option would be to start developing and installing a local agent on my computer, which is what I'm going to have to do once I can't pay for the service anymore. And I'm going to have to figure out how to use Claude Code in a very limited way, because I don't have a service anymore. So I'm hoping that, I know the project file is bigger, but I'm hoping that if it's on my computer, that's not going to be a problem, because I can't upload it onto their server and work on it from there. So I hope that's the point. But another cool thing too is there's a aspect of this whole thing, this nested radii graphical equations. This models every type of shape possible relative to those radii in circle equation form. This includes all possible sign changes between them, so you get all types of manifolds, hyperbola, circle shapes, like everything, and it all can be measured and visualized through these rates. I'm not going to draw all 64 because I might break and crash this. I suggest you don't do that either. There are real hardware limits to be aware of. There are real limits to this whole framework in and of itself, because it's very calculation intensive, which, I mean, you got to do what you got to do, Chief. This is why also when you're fucking with some sentence, make sure you pause this. But yeah, I have that. The other thing too is I want to. Oh, oh, did it fuck up? No, it didn't. It's just me. Okay. Yeah, the other thing too is, whoops. Well, there's a zoom here. I'm used to using my freaking phone or my laptop when I'm working on this, but oh yeah, layer. So you gotta turn the layer on, do that, and yep. So nothing here yet. You can kind of see the dots there. Let me make them bigger, and also I put wireframe as well, so it's a lot more visible. Show wireframe, and we got point thickness. We have point density. So if you want it more well detailed or articulate or more like blocky, you can do that and limit those points. How it calculates the points, I mean, it's based off the vertices, etc., maximum, minima, etc. So it is, I mean, mathematically correct as well, depending on maybe the Wallace polygon, Wallace product as well. Actually, I want to look at that samples per axis because I mean, consciousness is information processing, yada yada. That is, there's a lot. There's a lot to check out here. And it's cool. So wire, XY radius fall off, brightness saturation fall off, hue. This is for because it's modeled in the 2D, but the only way I can model the z-axis in the 2D, or it's supposed to be, but it's not doing what I want it to, or it's I think it's doing it in the imaginary plane. It's doing some weird shit when it visualizes it, and I'll try to show you real quick. This is again, there's a lot of stuff I'm still working out, making sure that everything is like visually modeled correctly. But let's see. So this is the radii. I'm gonna just do A. R2 overall scale, I do 1, just so it's active. I think the default is on 0, yeah. That's why nothing's modeled right now. So I have overall scale is the multiplier size of the circle equation that I'm using. So basically, I took the circle equation and it shows it right here, what every variable means in relation to all the radii that are being calculated. All the possible geometric relationships that exist. So all these flow rates can be applied into manifold shapes to literally express variations in force in different planes of existence. And it's different. It's a framework. Copilot got it right. So let's see. So 1. So the x term coefficient. So that's the multiplier in front of x specifically, because then you can adjust that if you don't want to adjust the movement of the circle. We can have the circle stay at the origin if we just set those to 0. So R5, R8, and R11. The 3D. The R11, I mean, the Z plane. Ooh, actually, I want to test that out as well. Ooh. All right, there's a few things I want to test out too, because maybe it's just how I do this. Oh, there's also a 1 and 0 here. Yeah, I do it based off whatever. That's whatever. That's fine. It's the same. It's a number. It's a state. It's good that it's there. Unless I'll think about it. All right, so I'll do that. R4x scale. 1. A. And then Y. 1. 1. So the coefficient would apply to both scale and offset. And then scale and offset would just be those different. It's all nested ways of measuring manifolds. And I mean, every possible configuration that you could think of at every different scale, because you can put A max to whatever you want. You could put the P value, it's relative to the measured scales that we have of the universe so far, in terms of exponential stuff. Well, at least relative to Planck's calculations, but there's a lot more nuance. I can't explain it off the top of my head right now. There's a lot to it, but still. All right, we're gonna try this 0 on this. 0, 0. Yeah, see that just draws a line. It's weird. And it's also laggy on this. So you can draw it and layer it, and I would suggest just go to something that's a panel that's less calculation heavy, and it corrects. So it draws that line, and then here that's supposed to be a representation of the z-axis, but it's just not modeling it correctly. This isn't a calculation issue per se, it's a modeling issue in how it's modeling it. Because what this should be the same thing as the blue circle in terms of how I designed it. Whoops. But for some reason, it's drawing the radii here? Okay. Why? Why? That's not... See, it's a draw issue more so than, especially on the 2D, it's just a pure draw issue. And if I can fix that soon, that'd be great. So that'll be... I want to fix all... Once I get this audit done, I want to be able to fix all that. That's what's next. So it's going to take me a while. Again, I've been doing this for only a few years, at most, when it comes to this model specifically in this thesis. Most of this type of shit, even Andrew Muller's stuff, that took him 5 years to figure out just one aspect, a very important aspect of our reality, or at least discover a relationship that no one else has discovered yet. So, and I hope that he gets the viewership that he honestly needs. Go check out Fluster.io as well, his website. Like, he put in a lot of effort, like designing a whole forum and website and stuff, and I implore you to check it out. So, and definitely support him, because the 5 years of your life, that's not a joke. That's dedication. And to verify what he did to me, because I've been doing this separately from what he's been doing, I've already kind of had the intuitive idea of that pathway, so I get it in that sense. The algebraic sense that he lays out is, I mean, that's exactly how it is, with the substitutions that he made, with the things that we already applied, things that Einstein already figured out. So it is based off his logic, and that's similar to my approach as well. It's within the same vein, and it's important because his work is also in here now too. Under alpha omega gravity. So you can see his calculations here in my super selection network as well, or framework, with mass calibration. So very important. And we can also change some of these radii. You can change the dimension and change its relative value because of how the dimension is included in the calculation. And that's important because that follows the multidimensional geometry of this model, how it's calculated through the gamma function as well. Well, how it calculates into the gamma function as well, because there's all these different aspects of measurement within the model. So, and there's ways that you can look at this panel, write down a few measurements, go to another panel, write down a few measurements, write down the equations, and test them out. It's an atlas for physics. Just in HTML form. That's it. I mean, you download it and it reaches out to, I think it's just 3JS, and that's it. Everything else is already in the model. It's only like 5 megabytes. And it doesn't crash. It freezes a little bit here and there because it's a lot going on, but it doesn't crash. So it's working. But yeah. Back to this. So V9811 parameter. These other ones are a little different. If I could consolidate these into this, in this vein, then maybe that'll fix actually the errors. Maybe that's why it did it in the 2D sense the way it did. Yeah, because these are like the basic. These are like trimmed down forms, more basic ones, more limited. This is literally every possible way, and it's all just related to the R1 square. That's the most important. I didn't want to. The radius needs to be the radius, and that's it. The rest of everything else, that's scale. That's all relative scale. So mathematical relativity is a hell of a thing. Let's see. Yeah, doing those zeros didn't do what I wanted to do. I can do, and really this should be the same circle. I'll show the 3D as well. This is why I'm like not sure. Actually, does it give me a planner? Graph. If I do that, 0, 0, 0. So it should just draw on the XY plane then. And I should just get. Let me check out the 3D. That would technically remedy this issue. It does not. Does it? Wait. No, I don't think it does. Oh, it's lame. Wait. Wait. Why aren't you drawing? All plus, 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 plus. And that would make it weird. Let me try. So the first set of pluses is the in between each set of coordinate system. So plus or minus, plus minus, plus minus. The minus plus, you can see here. So where it's minus, that's just the direction of the coefficient, the direction of motion from where the whole system's going or moving or how it's being influenced. So yeah. So this is how you can differ between manifolds and circles. Let me get off the screen and play it. No? Yeah, this whole mess I want to get rid of. If it was A, it should be drawing circles that go up and down here. So that's another thing I gotta fix too. Alright, let me... Because there's two ways. This is all just, again, just the way that it's modeling it in the code is not right. And that's what I'm still working with. The calculations are right, though. That's the shit that I'm making sure of as much as I can. And I mean, it's very basic math, so I don't understand how... The drawing, the modeling, I can get how it's fucking up, but... Let's see, did I do movement on A? I forgot. I had to probably pause model. Also, I wish I could do spacebar and pause. There's also a search function as well. There's a lot. I tried the section titles. So obviously, if I did a whole keyword searchable, that would fucking break everything. That'd be way too much. So the section titles, like aspects like this, that's where it's limited to. Let's see. Boom. Wait, no. Offset do A. Have it move in the AZ plane. Z scale 1. So it's active. Z term coefficient 1. So it's active. And then Y is there. There was one last one. Was there not? No, it was just the offset 1, 2, 3. Alright, now. Yep. There they are. There you go. Oh. Ooh. Oh yeah, scroll wheel zooms it out. Pretty slow though, but. And mind you, the A is the radius, so that's why it's going that big. But yeah, there you go. There's your emergence of the lattice. Boop. So that's accurate. Now if I want to model, say, an interdimensional radii, I can do that as well. And in fact, See, the cool thing is if I can multi-instance this, because then I can really, really layer and measure things together. But again, I probably have to condense these three down into this and fix the modeling. The modeling for the 3D though, when everything is actually set, perfect, great. It did that right. Everything else though, no. At least in terms of this section. So, but let's see. What was the other? Oh yeah, I can do different sign change. Let's do. We did all minus in the front. Where are they? Minus, 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 plus, plus, plus. I can do all minus. That'd be weird though. I'll do all minus. I actually might, because you also have to consider canceling out, and I could draw that as well over that. The other thing too is let's try a different type of radii. Let's try the radii relative to the positive a, just a. So it's calculated there. Oh, and dimension. This is the other thing too. So when my multi-dimensional radii, I have the r div dim, r emidim, r extra dim, because those are what are that's what's related to the initial radii of the system, a and a max, and the types of relationships that exist between those two. Basically, any value within a closed system. So, but there's a maximum, so it's technically a closed system. There's minimum 0, or well, you can go negative a max. Either way, it's a closed system. Or negative, I don't know, negative infinity, but there's a closure on one end. It's a closed system in some way. It just bulges out to infinity, which is kind of, I mean, why we can't really measure space that well, or the amount of energy in space at, well, throughout its existence. Maybe at the endpoints, sure, but I don't know. Maybe this is why everything's so skewed from our perspective and why humanity is doomed to suffer. I don't know, but friggin' yeah, our dividend. So when we do that, and I also have the RDs are already set without the ends, so those ones a little bit simpler. But the RD is referencing. This is why I used the dim real quick. This is referencing the 2D calculation of the interdimensional radii. So there's going to be a little difference. This is actually in the movement, so this is not what I want to do. This is... All I have to do is change R1. Derp. Derp. That's literally all you have to do is just change R1. Everything's going to move on A. That's fine. That's fine. Then you'll be able to see it here. But all you have to do is just change this. Boop. Let's do let's do the RA2. That gives me a calculation of the 2D. So 0.12841. What is A? That's also important. Let's do A at 0.5. So yep, right there. And yep. So we see that there. And then it shrinks proportionally to 0. I do need better contrasting colors. This grid, I need to probably... I mean, I can do that, and that's actually way better. So I have that. Yeah, so that's that, and then we have the dimension here. So I'll set this to 2, and then I'll click that R dim. When I set it to 1, because it's taken the square root of 1 minus 1, that's why it's ended up 0. Because it's square root of n instead of the square root of 2. As you just saw with that R2, or RD, I mean. A times the square root of 2 minus a. This is the way to calculate the inner radius of this framework, this part right here. And how you do that, well, how you do that, you can reference the form of that measurement from Amax. So at Amax right here, we have the radius of Amax. The entire diagonal, we can do a times 2, so 2 Amax right here, that's the diagonal. Now if we want to figure out this, we need to minus... No, sorry. Go back to Pythagorean. Never mind. Right triangles. Sorry, this was the real way I fucking did it and calculated it because I tried to do it that way, but that was a little unnecessary because I could just do it this way. So right triangle, radius here, this hypotenuse right here, and then you minus the radius. That's it. Then you get this, and that's changing relative to that. That's how I derived that. It was that easy. So for the 2D, and then for 3D, you have to consider doing it twice. Okay, that's the weird thing. And let me bring up the axes. That would probably help. Boop. Diagonals where they follow, and aim it out the grid. The wireframes, I'll show you real quick. Yep, you can see the wireframes in reference. So you see what I mean when I'm talking about the plus 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 in that positive circle? Yeah. It's cool. So this is a way you can proportionally measure, actually. The amount of anything within a closed system, spherically. It's respecting the surface area and the radii. And this is, with the 0.5 radius, you have a statistical box that you can use, references like, the 1, 1 right here, that's your 100%. X and Y equals 1. Or, well, not X and Y. X equals Y equals 1. And then if you want to do warping, you just detach those two. Reason and intent differ, you get different weird results. You get unpredictable, well, predictable results in this sense, but in reality, from the human perspective, unpredictable. So, but it's supposed to show multi-geometrical behaviors, and it just so happens to relate to all of physics in one way or another. So let me also go back to turn that off. The nested radii. So how I just had that, this is already at the second dimension. Now let me do r div dim in the second dimension. And what was the calculated value of A max? It was 0.128 something. 0.2, let me double check. Yep, same one. 0.20711. 0.20711. Alright, so this is in the 2 dimension. It's the same thing. Now, to do this properly, 3rd dimension. This is at A max. Now, let me bring up the wireframe. Yeah. Where you at? There you are. Because I'm shifted over now. There we go. Boop. There you go, getting some bulge there. Now I need to set the offsets to 1 because I want to see. This is the last real test that I need to make sure of, is that this is actually calculating what I want it to, well, not what I want it to calculate, but it's actually calculating correctly. And if not, then that'll actually help give me a better direction on what I need to figure out, which will be great. Which will be great because the model this in 2D is easy. Modeling this in 3D, because realistically, these surface area edges need to meet with these surface area edges when this is centered. That is when I know this is actually the correct calculation for the interdimensional radii. Because that would be the whole point. And at least what I'm considering is This is where you need to do Pythagorean's theorem twice, which hopefully from this angle it'll be a lot more visible. Okay. So that's the radius there. I need the coefficient term? Nope. Offset. Offset's gonna be 0. Somebody get shot? The fuck was that? That don't sound like a nail gun. Well, that's weird. But it doesn't sound that close. I wouldn't be surprised if there's someone shooting in their backyard, though, so I don't know. Yeah, see, this is the issue. Alright. Why is it like that? So the radius is this. If I did MADIM, that would be 0, yep. If I did extra dim, 0? Huh? I'm gonna have to look at the code. Read the code. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Go through the whole library. Okay. That's weird. Why is that 0? I'm trying to think of why it could be, because it's supposed to be A plus A max. Or A max plus A? No. It's just the sign switch. It's not that. Duh. That would be like. Never mind. I'm confusing my fucking damn self. It's supposed to be here. There we go. Alright, well, we get the same phenomena here at least, in terms of the overlap. So that's good. And then the negative should it gets squared, so it doesn't matter. It should be the same calculation technically. .366. Oh, there's something weird here. Oh no, yeah, that was not clear. That was not. That was +1. Duh. All right, yeah, this overlaps like that, just like this overlapped. Huh? Huh? Why is? Oh, okay, that was weird. That was weird. That was just a fucking laggy update, I guess. Yeah, I was like, it should have been like that. Yep. Okay. Okay. Huh. Yeah, there's that little bit of overlap. So it's not calculating, right? Hmm. So my thing is, I'm trying to calculate. I know this is a little messy, but I wish I could get rid of all that extra shit. I've been trying to figure out why that's been modeled, and I still haven't been able to find it yet. This is why I also want help. This is why I also want like people to fucking see this, because I would like some help with this. Because this has been my issue, is calculating the 3D. I think there must be another minus here that I'm missing in terms of the 3D calculation of the model. And once I fix that, that's only 3 variables I really have to fix, and it should replace for everything else. Literally, that's it. There's just three forms that I have to fix, which that would be great. But even when it takes the n ball formula volume, it does this weird overlap shit as well. So there's something going on that needs to be fixed. Because, I mean, we can get the 2D for the radius. Basically, like the circle from here. And this -5 is supposed to be 0.5. I don't know why it's not fucking putting a point, but whatever. Scaled it different. By 1, 2, 1 to 1 to 1. Then it would be minus that. Then you have to take that and do it again. I need a piece of paper to write this shit out. Or, I mean, I could just type it out. So, what I'm thinking, because the 2D at least, this works. But this would be, whoops. Get rid of this fucking shit. For Amax, for instance. Hello? Oh, weird. So for Amax, the form that I'm calculating would be Amax squared equals, so do Amax squared. I know, this is painstaking, isn't it? This is what I had to do a lot. But Pythagorean's theorem would be this plus this. Yeah, a squared plus b squared equals c squared. I'll call it maximum squared. Because that's what we're trying to kind of figure out. Like the maximum form. But then we would have to do this again after calculating that hypotenuse and then minusing. So if I solved for max dim, I mean, I would just take the square root of this whole thing. And it would be square root a max squared plus a max squared, or it would just be square root of 2a max. And then you would just take the a max out of a max root 2. So a max times root 2 equals max dim. That's at least where that R value comes from for the 2D, actually. That would also make it easier too if... Hello? I didn't press them. Do something weird. Oh, because I was on the HTML, duh. Let me see... Let me just do 2D, duh. Yeah, there's a gap. That gap. So that's why I'm like, that's not right. I know that's not right. Because you have to do it again, but nested. So that's what I thought I did, but I must have made a mistake, at least somewhere. And if I can correct that, then good. But when it comes to this is another thing too. When it comes to a lot of the relationships, they're just based off A and A max within the model. Not many of them are with our dim or the multi-dimensional radii, but there are ways of plugging those radii in. So I need to make sure I got the correct radii so that when this is audited afterwards, because I'm going to have this also check those multi-dimensional radii for any relationships, for anything that relates to physics, and refine this model even further. Again, this is basically training the AI to be able to do mathematics and to mathematically respect conservation in a way. It's I don't know. There's a reason why this is doing it. I mean, otherwise, I would assume that it would just eventually tell me that I'm not right, but it's not really. I don't know. But it's also not picking up at least the. I mean, that would make sense because it doesn't pick up the multi-dimensional radii, like the inner ones, like the ones I'm showing you here. So maybe that's why it's been limited in that sense. So that's good because I was wondering still. I've been trying to fix that for a few months now, but actually this is giving me better direction too, and I wish other people can fucking see this. But so yeah, so let's do square root. I'm just gonna copy paste all this. Equals max dim. So we'll do that. And then it would basically be this. That would be the maximum. It would be that minus a max. Max dim minus a max. And that equals inner dim. So now with that inner dim, so this is the chain of substitution that I'm trying to work out algebraically. We'll have to do this the same way to find that inner dimension, which is I do have the nested functions in here, or at least I've been trying to design them. But maybe somewhere, through a substitution like this, I can have Claude work it out and help me out on this a little bit, or I can just figure it out here, which I'm gonna try to right now. And if I can't, there's probably a specific process or something new that we have to kind of utilize here in order to get the result that I'm looking for. Because then if I want to be able to change n, or at least find where I can change the dimension and get the correct response here. I'm trying to find the aspect of this, because when we do this, we're going to get the whole two. I'll just copy. I'll do the simplified work here just to show you, brother. There we go. Because then this, I mean, this plus this, these are the same. So this would just be 2a max squared. And you could take the square root of this, like square root of 2 plus square root of a max squared. Or no, it wouldn't be plus. You wouldn't separate it. It would just be square root of 2 times square root of a max squared. And then simplify that. That's why I need to double check is the algebraic substitution method for square roots. Yeah. And I had Claude, like, also, because I gave it, the original form that I gave it was this form. So, okay, I am right on that. Yeah, thank you. Like, I've been double checking this for a while, so that's why I'm like, I'm trying to figure out where is this is the one mistake that's been holding this model back too from actually being able to truly interdimensionally calculate past 2 dimensions. Which the two-dimensional calculation and measurements have been accurate, at least in terms of time dilation and everything else that I've represented within the model. That's where most of this representation has actually been realized and been discovered, and where coincidences have been found on that level. But I want deeper. I'm looking for more. I'm looking for everything. So, developing a variable framework for calculating that inner radii is crucial to multidimensional analysis. That's the whole kind of point. And I already have the volume functions, the interdimensional volume functions, all here, the gamma functions, everything set in that regard for those calculations. It's just this one aspect of the model that's holding me back. And it's one replacement that's going to fix literally everything throughout the model. It's not even that big of a replacement because it's only 3 variables. There's a fourth one that also can be implemented, which I might also do as well, and then we'll have the full scope of every single aspect of this model, mathematically and geometrically. Excuse me. So we just had there. That is just a max times square root of 2 equals max nim. And now we got interdim. And then we do the same thing for the interdim. So copy. And if I can substitute and figure it out for A max, then we're good. That's it. If I can figure it all the way back to A max, or at least get a form relative to this in A max alone, then we're golden. But this is where this is where the uncertainty principle fucks me up. I think this is where this is why maybe I'm not able to really figure this part out, and why maybe we'll never really be able to fully calculate consciousness in any meaningful way. We can only experience it subjectively. I mean, technically, yeah, that's true, but I don't know. Maybe we're all just closed systems, anyways, existing. All right. So interdim, max interdim, 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 and that's the new variable, max interdim. Because now we're looking for the next max. And so we're gonna have the same fucking shit. I'm missing a bracket. Okay. Oops. Yeah, I didn't do that there, but whatever. Now let me make it a little easier for myself, because counting parentheses has been a pain in my fucking ass. I fucking hate it. That the 175 pages, I counted the parentheses for fucking everything in that. That took me weeks to do. That was painstaking, but it worked. Mostly, it's thank God I'm using a variable system that I don't have to replace like literally a few things and it fixes everything, which is great. I'm just very glad I use a framework like that. Oh my god. So I have max interdim, And then, I mean, we know what this is going to simplify into already. That's going to be inner dim times. It'll be root 2 again. Because that's the thing. No matter what dimension, Pythagorean's theorem isn't doing that again. But this is also what I need to check, like, I guess, geometrically, too. Is because, like, this is why I was trying to visually do it. And why I might need to fucking draw this out. MS Paint real quick. Paint. Bro. Alright. I like my backpack. Big black background, too. No, fill. Fill it. Fill. Us. Fucking birds. Alright. No. Fill. Okay. Now we have to figure out some isometric shit. So, if I'm thinking a coordinate system, I'll try to draw this out, like, 3-dimensionally. Ah, shit. That. That's actually not bad. It looks pretty isometric to me. Yeah, it's not bad. So, from here to, let me do a different color. No, not that. Keep that there. The axes, yes. Now. Alright, good. So, from, let's say this is our boom, boom, boom. Because we'll have to do this axis first, and then translate that so that I can measure from here, basically. So from here, we get the 2D, and then we have to be able to calculate it like that way too. This is why it's hard. It's definitely something that I don't think has been done before. So let's do that, and then we can visualize. Well, the triangle necessarily, we have this, it would line up here, and this would be my point, I guess, out in space. And then this. Be here. And here. And then here. So this is the first triangle drawn out. Let me do blue. And then what we calculated first was here in this 2D plane. So I'm just going to visually estimate about here. Because our circle, I would need to draw an ellipse, but our circle with a radius of here would curve and meet basically right there. I could do like a curved semicircle line. Green. What the fuck? Alright, so it's like that, and then I was kind of close with it, kind of. Needs to be more circular, but whatever. This is a guesstimate. This is a guesstimate. It's okay. Yeah, because it would be like that, and you can imagine the circles kind of, like that. So that's That looks like a logarithmic function too, or exponential, I should say. Which are, yeah, you know what I mean. Fucking. So we have that now for just the 2D plane. I wish I could rotate this, but now I need to measure out in space over here from here to here. Because I have this, but this is only on the 2D and not on the 3D. Which again, like you would think would calculate correctly, but it doesn't because the frame of reference is in the middle of the octant. It's not on the axis. If it was on the axis, if everything was shifted by like 45 degrees, then yes. Yes, but that's not. This is why my framework and Midgall's framework differ, is because he has it shifted 45 degrees from mine. His physics behind it works, but the utilization that you're able to do is, I mean, I'm trying to explore that now, just mathematically, and then this will all hopefully connect. So, but we have that, but now I need to figure out, because that's going to be on this way and that's going to be on that way, and now I'm going to have a whole new triangle. So I guess I need a new orientation here. So we have that as our example, and that's blue line is what we wanted to have. Now I need a big black square again. Can I? Thank you. I also might have to go to potty, brother. Oh, okay, sure. So now I'm gonna want to try to shift this a little. So let's do the straight line again. I'm gonna try to do a rotated version now. Okay. So straight line down. And now I want to rotate this. I guess more like this. Trying to eyeball perpendicular lines here. Actually, not bad. There we go. All right, actually, I gotta use the bathroom. Hold on. Oh shit. Oh, anywho. Brother, I'm sick of the bots. Alright, so we have this radius now. Or wait, no, because what I need to calculate is from, well, from here, here, it's the same. It's a circle, it should be the same radius throughout. But again, it's because it's floating in space. It shouldn't matter what rotation the axis is, though. But why doesn't it meet? In 3 dimensions. Huh. Unless, is it just a draw issue? I don't understand. Because like that curvature is obviously different. So when I have like the circle here, like the coordinate in space is obviously different. So, oh man, I really wish I can get rid of a lot of that stuff here. Yeah, because, well, not even that, I don't even have to do that. But like here, for instance, you see what I mean? Like the shape there, and then our line here. We have this. And realistically, these should be meeting at this point. But they're not. This could be an orientation issue, I don't know. But this is the best orientation I have here, and clearly something's not being drawn right. Yeah, I'm still at the max. All the other settings, that's just the rate of change. And the harder part too is getting this centered. But yeah, from the 2-dimensional perspective, we have what our circle would be. But in 3D, it doesn't calculate like that. So let me scroll up. Let me do this one. Hmm. Well, this one here, we can see that we can like kind of see that it meets from this perspective. But then once we turn, it does not. This gap is the one thing I've been trying to figure out. And it's like once you step into this 3-dimensional space, we have now this different weird vector. Which I don't want to keep going inwards. That's if I kept doing that, then yeah, that's not what I'm trying to do though. We have this max dimensional radii in 2D. And to nest it with another Pythagorean theorem, I mean that would just get, well, that would get the hypotenuse. So that square framework reference that it is touching. Because you can imagine, this is why I also had the squares too. And probably where this meets on this 45-degree angle diagonal. So if I can do something like this, visually kinda on the diagonal, you can kinda see it. I mean, the gap's here. This is, I mean, 45-degree angle. It meets with the radii up there. But it's this dimensional stretching that I'm trying to calculate through algebra. And it's not. It's weird. It is weird. Ow. But you can imagine kind of the square framework. This meets at the square. That's definite. Because if I did that radius and just went straight up and then straight this way, that would meet. That would touch. The square frameworks touch. And I think that might explain the mass gap. And that's what I'm still trying to calculate. But obviously when I had the other circle in 3 dimensions, so this is the 2 dimension. Let me switch to the one that can switch dimensions. The RDIM. It's the same number, same spot. It's a little blocky one. And you got that gap still here. Hmm. And then if I did 3D, it overlaps. If I did it's closer. Is it E? No. 7/3? No. It's something between 7/3 and E. Hmm. At least in this reference. It's 2 1/3, basically. And then we have the fine structure constant, which doesn't give me what I need. This plus 1, maybe? No, that'd be bigger though. Then no, it's less than 2. The fine structure constant plus 1. Would that give me the mass gap? Huh. Huh. Just get me wondering. So let's go back to 2. So I can calculate, this radius from the 2 dimension right here. Boop. Try to look dead center as best as I can. Yeah, you see, boom, boom. And this is the 0.25 as, or, well, not point, a little bit more, right? Because it's, it's 0.5 times root 2 minus 0.5. Huh? Yeah, 0.5 times root 2 minus 0.5. That number, that's the 0.2007. 0.20711. Huh? That's way more than that, though, for the radius. Why? Huh? Let me. Oh man, I really wish those other fucking things didn't exist. This could. Is this just a modeling error? What the fuck? It's weird. Get rid of those. Point density, sure. Increase that. Yeah, make it easier to see, please. As best as you can. What does it look like now? Jesus Christ, okay. Yeah, so how you give me a radius of... Let me fucking calculate this too, I guess. 0.0... No, 0.20711. Or 0.21. That's 1, that's 1, that's 1. So those... That means that this is just the 1. The 1 times 1. 0. 1 times 1, 0. So that would just be the radius squared equals just these numbers. Huh. And then that's... Yeah. The fuck? Alright. Alright, in 3D. 3D. Same thing. Yeah. Okay. What the fuck? So then... Calculator? So... 0.5 times... Memory add? What do you mean? No, can I get a... No, I don't need that. Can I get, like... Oh, I see why. Alright, I see why it's like that. No. No, not that. This is a shitty calculator. What the fuck? Or times... No. Okay. I did I just do what? Or did I misclick? Did I don't understand. Okay. Times square 0.5 times. Why does it go with the fucking Microsoft calculator work right? What the fuck? What? Okay, yeah, no. Bro, 0.5 times, I guess, what, 2 square root? There we, okay. So it would be A max times that. And then it would be minus A, which would be A max again, which would be 0.5. And minus. That's not the number you just Did I have to press equals? I don't... This is the most fucking dumb calculator I've ever experienced in my life. No wonder why no one uses this shit. Times. Bro, stop. 0.5 times 2, the square root of 2, equals Okay, thank you. Is that right? Okay. Why were you giving me weird ass numbers before, dude? Wait. Okay. All right. So we have this minus 0.5. Yes. So why is it not drawing? Why is it not drawing? That's not. Bro, I'm fucking. Bro, 0.1 is like over here. I have a fucking grid system. So if the radius is supposed to be in 3 dimensions 0.20711, why is it closer to 3 or 0.3? I don't. There's something wrong with this fucking 3D canvas. It's the calculation. So the calculation's right. This is why I'm confused. This is why I'm like I'm pretty sure I calculated it right, but it's not even showing me like the right number. It's actually supposed to be smaller than this visually. That doesn't make sense. It's the radius is the we have the number and it's not the number that's meeting at. It's not 2.1. It's closer to 2.6 or 0.26. Sorry, I keep mentally fucking or linguistically fucking up here. And like in no stretch of the imagination is that close to the two. Or like within 10% of the two, basically. I don't. Let me run it and see if it. No. So what's the radius now? It's still not at the two. I might have to check the grid numbers. Maybe it's just numbered wrong. But no, wait. But the 0.5 radii show correctly though. It's literally like that's why I have those circles there to gauge the two different sets of circles, the radii. Is that centered? Or is there not? Wait, is there visually an offset? It's fucking me up here. No, yeah, it's the blue one that I'm looking at. The yellow is the max, and then there's a red one that emerges from here. So that is right. That does meet. It's been having issues drawing the 3-dimensional inner radii circle for some weird reason. For some very weird reason. Which I don't seem to understand why. But let me visually confirm, I guess, and be like, well, that's closer to the value. In fact, let me get. So, I mean, there's visually a margin of error, I suppose. But it's still clearly a radius above the 0.2. And my calculation now for that radius is closer to, like, well, it's still close to the 0.2, but it's off. So realistically, in the 3D, this should be smaller, and that gap, I mean, would be more visible. In 3D, then, with that correction, that other circle, I guess, should correctly emulate what I thought. Maybe? Because, well, this is in 3D now. What number am I getting? Actually, I can mathematically at least check this. Because the mathematics is right. So 0.3660. What number are we crossing? Not 0.33. Holy shit. But visually looking at this, 0.33, because this is the halfway, 0.33 would be like right around here. I think that would intersect with up there. If I can see the 0.33 over there, if I could diagonalize it, cool. Maybe lower the points. Maybe lower the point, not the density, but the thickness. I don't need them that thick. Thank you. Huh. Yeah, so the number was, yeah, 0.36, so just over the line. Just over that's what the radius of that circle should be. It's not drawn correctly. It should be just over this line, though. But it's all the way almost to 5. That doesn't make any sense. But with this here, and then where is it over there? It's like over here somewhere, right? I see it over there now. It's like right there. With this and this here, that could maybe meet up with the edge as it bulges out, because it's gonna bulge out. It's not gonna be a direct line there. It's gonna bulge out. It should meet with the surface. I'm very sure my calculation's right. It's just not modeled correctly visually, which has been an ongoing issue with this model. But geometrically, okay, let's go back to paint then. Because I have that in a radius. And like I said, it shouldn't matter the orientation that is rotated around the axis. The measurement should still be the same, technically. But we know that the point 2 wouldn't meet if it was drawn. But in the third dimension, so in the instance, because we would figure out this first here, we figure out this point, and then we figure out that point there, and then we subtract the radius. That's how I did it, at least, to get at least the variable dimensional form that I did. So that when you pick n equals 3, that it should, in 3 dimensions, draw a circle that meets the edge properly. Because it'll calculate it in the 3-dimensional space with the offset in mind from the axis. It renormalizes it, basically. But because if I just took this and I guess rotated it here, we wouldn't be at the same 0.5. We'd be somewhere in between here. You know? Because instead of taking the circular route, we would be taking a linear route. And that's not how that is supposed to calculate. That's what the square root of the dimension is supposed to take care of, and then that would relate to some sort of calculation of pi, perhaps. Huh. So that's why the 2 dimension doesn't work. in the coordinate space like this, I have to account for that difference in the framework. With the square framework in mind surrounding the two-dimensional radii, yes, that should meet. That should meet the edge. The square should meet the edge of the circle in that regard. But I want to be able to compensate for that gap dimensionally, which would be that offset here, the difference between this point and the actual radii point here, because it would be here, and then let's imagine it'd be somewhere relative to here, basically. Or no, it'd probably be. It's just the scale's weird. Mm, but it's like it's because of the rotation around the coordinate system. You get different values for at least like the length. No, I'm trying to mentally, like, visually and intuitively work this out, and just to really be sure, and also to really figure out what's wrong with the model. Huh. Yeah, that would be the radius for the circle. It's supposed to be parallel, whatever. There, that looks better. Probably. Brother. Oh, it turned that line black too, of course I did. Whatever. But there we go. Alright, so it would be like that. Let me redraw this fucking line then. So it'd be perpendicular here. That looks better. And then this would be, let me do a blue line here to here. There we go. That looks better. And then here to here. That'd be the radius. That's the inner. And then just clean that up a bit. There we go. So that's a better visual representation there. And then if this was rotated in coordinate space, centered here instead, it'd probably be somewhere out here. But I'll have to take that same square framework. Hmm. I didn't know left click and right click you can draw two different lines. What? I didn't know that. Oh shit. Alright, so we have that. That's our curved line there of our circle. So if our circle was in this 2D window, yeah. And then 3D we'd have a bulge, but then and our coordinate system is weird. But then if it's here, then yeah. So after we have this, if I want to shift it over to here, from here to here. Is that the diagonal? And we know at least from the center here. I need like a my whiteboard to fucking work this out. This is where technology is fucking me up because that's what I did before to figure this out visually. But to explain to you guys like this, it's fucking difficult. It's hard. And also, why the fuck is that circle meaning? What do you mean? Where did this circle come from? It's almost meaning it. Everything, actually. I can actually center. Bruh. Because that one's almost, it's almost meaning. It's still not right, though. Yeah, just the way it's all modeled is just not it, Chief. Except for, I mean, these are right. Because, yeah, these are the only things that are being modeled right, is the initial framework, just in 3D. And then the flow rates obviously work. We know that. It's just after referencing, because if we did the circle here, this pink one, this one actually does represent exactly what I'm talking about here. But I don't know, because that's exactly what I'm looking for. Well, that what I'm trying to explain here in the 2D. Because as you look at this as like a flat like screen, basically, that's exactly how it's calculated, how it works. That's exactly how what I'm trying to represent here in 2D. But in 3D, that's the real that pink circle right there is what should be getting rendered when I'm in the 2D. And it's not. Unless did it no wait, no, it is. What the fuck? But why on the axis then? Is that not the right number? But that's the right number. Is it? Wait. What is going on? Is the graph just off? No. No, because I see the grid where it meets right there. That's right. And for this one, I can't really see the numbers that well. Maybe on the z-axis I'll probably have better luck, but yeah, and that one with here, That's why I need the grid lines, really? Maybe I need to count the grid lines better? Hold on. Alright, I can see that way better now. So it's these dots here. It's where it ends. Well, 0.05, 0.1, 0.015, 0.2. Yeah, see that angled bias, I hate that in this view. But like, from the z-axis, it's like, it looks weird from this angle. It looks like there's a lot of overlap. But then from this angle, it looks like it fits perfect. Obviously, there are two different places in the coordinate plane too, and that is the mass gap. I know that. I know that intuitively has to be the explanation for that. But why isn't the number correctly represented? Because I can barely see the 2, but I can clearly see it's further. What the hell? And I know on the 2D, because we've been one over the 2D before, that is exactly, that's right. So I'll show you real quick. I did, not that one. TrueDim. See? So that's right. And then I have different placement areas as well for reference. But yes, that's right. And then it follows. You'll see the other green circle emerge as well to follow that coordinate system. So those are correct. That's what I'm saying. In 2 dimensions, this is calculating right. And then let's check out the maximum number values and see if that's like actually calculated correct. Is that, zoom in. So we got our 1.98765, 4, 3, 2. Yeah, 1, 0. Yeah, that's right. And we're on, the div dem, and that's on 2 in terms of dimension. And we just already confirmed that that is the same as the RD circle. I do also have the RD as well somewhere, I believe. Not in this window, but in a different window. There's multiple different instances that calculate the different dimensional circle frameworks. So not just this one, but I think it was here. Yeah, this just has the root 2A circles that, here we go, this, oop. Yeah, these are already pre-drawn in. It's just, or not, excuse me. Okay. Huh. RDN, RDN. Huh? Yeah, the big orange, it's trying to draw those. Which, that's basically like double the size. Um, that's double dimensional circle. The fuck? Alright, there it is. Yep, alright. Fucking Christ. Is that lines? Alright, cool. And then, oop. Yeah, same exact spot. Then we had the other circle as well. Yeah, so that's, like I said, that was right. This, yeah, I have multiple variations of these variables just to make sure that we have things actually calculating correctly, regardless of dimension. So good. Good. And that one isn't dependent on n. That's basically enforcing n equals 2. It's not reliant on the n slider at all. That's why we get that one. If I wanted to do, I could do the C, D, V, and these other two circles basically. And I should be able to go in here, set this to the divdim, good old divdim, and then same thing here. I'll do emadim, should. You see there's a blue line there. There's that red line there. And if I change dimension, they should change. They do. So that is wired correctly. All right, this is the whole point of the model. That is right. That is showing right. That is modeling right. So good. But in 3 dimensions, for whatever reason, it can't figure it out. It's so weird. So I'm gonna have to have this whole canvas needs a fucking, the 3D portion of this needs a redo bad. And once at least everything's entwined relative to the physics and stuff like that, because clearly these are calculating correctly in terms of like what they're representing in the 2-dimension like perspective here, from how the model shows us this. But in 3D, I can't confirm that what I calculated here is actually true, at least on stream right now. Like, I know I did the workout already and triangulated this gap here, because you basically have to like add back in that interdimensional radii. So but it's like double triangulation essentially to achieve this multi-dimensional understanding. Mm. Yes, I have this here. But even then still, well, 0.2, yeah, that wouldn't meet, and then there'd be a bigger visible gap, and then the square framework would meet. Which, good. That might also be just how this ends up being designed anyways. And I think, because this correlates with my understanding of Andrew Muller's work too, with how he represented the geometric like perspective of his derivation of gravity, because we're measuring the same gap here using derivations. I'm using geometry and calculus, but he used algebra, calculus, and a more robust understanding of like the equations behind general relativity, electromagnetic divergence, and a bunch of other things because he did all this work already. So shit. But we're essentially explaining or trying to explain the same thing here. It's two different ways. Hmm. Let's see. If I have this. This is where I wish I could like move this over. But I have this here. I might even. I'm gonna draw on it, you know? Can I bring that up in paint? Hmm. Edit paint with 3D. I might. I might try the 3D settings. Can I? Should we just be able to copy paste? Copy paste. Okay. Cat. No. Get off my stuff. All right. So good. I can just do that instead. Now, we'll do big red lines. Lines. Give me that. Thank you. All right. So we have this, and then we have this gap here, like I just said, and then we can try. I mean, we could do a right triangle to here as well. We do that. Kind of like this. So this is kind of how I visualize that transformation, because then if I can do this and then rotate that, that's what should meet with the edge, and then it'll basically give that root 2 to the interdimensional radii inherently and automatically normalize the framework, basically pushing that square to overlap like we just kind of saw with that 3D when we hit the 3D. But and that would explain, dimensional bulging, like in a way. But then that would also increase the scale to where the circles would actually meet in 3 dimensions as well, and that would be the translation that I'm trying to explain here and show here, but it doesn't want to show it, or is it not able to figure it out. And then, yeah, that number is closer to 0.4, kind of. That's a big number. That might even still be incorrect anyways. I could just be off by a little bit because I don't think it's actually perpendicular, really. If it was, I mean, from here to here, if I can find the point that meets, it'd be great. But I think it's also that angle that I'm viewing it at, because we see that 0.5 is right there, and this is at the max 0.5. But because I'm like skewed over a little bit, it's just It's fucking me up. Oh man. I really wish I could center better here. And I tried to have Claude let me do that, but it doesn't. It's so weird. I don't want to have to like force it like that. From here it looks right though, but from here I don't know why. What the hell? Oh man. See, perspective is a hell of a thing to work on. it's a, it really it matters so much. Yeah, the further I zoom out, then easier it is to see it. But why is that different like that? Why those should be overlapping perfectly? Why is my perspective fucked up here? Why is that not right? And if I do the same thing here, yeah, I feel like there's this angle here because this should be basically paper thin. I shouldn't be able to see it, but that slight angle. Actually, no. Even then, still, the hell. But they are the same size. Depth perception? Huh? That is so weird. Oh, this sucks. I wish. Yeah. See, I can't get dead center. But even if I got dead center, well, I have to get it. Well, I feel like I am dead center on this axis here. So why is that just smaller in the background like that? That's so weird. I mean, the other way too is usually getting this at 2.5, which I wish I could type in. Like this gives your best visual representation as well. Like yeah, everything seems like it lines up perfectly here until you zoom in. Oh man. Like they're the same size spheres. This is the best way to really confirm that it all is supposed to fit and meet. But damn, yeah, figuring out this sort of perspective is very difficult. Very friggin' difficult. But you see there's a gap, but if I had the square framework here, it would meet. Pretty sure. Or at least, well, if I had an actual circle drawn correctly on here, that would help. But I know the circle isn't the right one either, which is a problem. So weird. Could try. Because the other circles that we have that are available, it doesn't really hide all 3D drawings. It just does that. Huh. Because I have end ball shells and then extra dimensional. And the end ball, from my understanding, where are you? There's the other circle again. Oh, I'm still, yeah, I still am in 3. 2. That would probably fucking help. Let me go back to as close to 0.5 as I can. That's closer. Yeah, so see? Alright, so there we go. So in 2 dimensions, looking at this, at least the forward-facing spheres, it's meaning. The depth perception's fucking me up bad. But from this perspective, it looks like they're touching, but they are not. And then that gap, if I did the square, like I said, from there to there, that square, the edge of it should meet the surface. And then that square, so if I did, that would be basically, because it goes from the radius here to here, as calculated in 2D, it's that radius and that radius right here. And then we have a diagonal line there. So boom, boom. And then those 2 edges would meet on the square. We can rotate that triangle from here and just do it basically like this way, and then we have that line. And that hypotenuse again would be our 3-dimensional. So that's why I do the Pythagorean theorem again nested like that. Like this. Without, I mean, Let me max inner dim. If I solve for this, because that's all I need to do, this is where we end. And then we have that square root. So this is what I was algebraically trying to show you guys here, like how I figured it out. So that square root of 2 equals max inner dim. So then this format, it's like every instance, like this is what I'm trying to kind of figure-ish out. Because we have square root of 2, square root of 2, square root of 2, that's a lot of square root of 2's. But now if I substitute this in for inner dim, and then multiply that out, and then substitute again into max dim, multiply that out, we should get a better answer. So let's, at least on stream, go over this real quick. So we have this, and then copy. So this is what we're trying to figure out, but in terms of just a max. As I just kind of explained it to you. Because that hypotenuse translated in 3D space is the correct way to look at it. So like I was trying to show here through all these grid lines and everything. But, oh my god. Yeah, this. And if we took, I mean, this radius here. This radius here meets here, not here. But if we wanted to do that, we could take that radius. Because the square box itself should meet, so we should take that radius and just kind of like invert it, or make it a hyperbola. If we make it a hyperbola, but starting at the point, the hypotenuse point here, then yeah, and then it would shape around this, and you would get a manifold that bends around this and moves with it. It would be like a cup, kind of. Hmm. So I'm just making sure, yeah, because this diagonal, which would follow, I mean, this radius and this radius and that diagonal here. I have to do it again and then figure that out, and that should translate that gap. Which that would have been that inner dim, so it would have been this. So we have that. Boom. And then this would just be that here. I think it would be still, no, never mind. That was just a miss. Usually, this is where parentheses matter with a lot of this shit. Do that. Yeah, it was just a fuck up on there. Boom. And that closes that bracket, right? If that's closed. There. It's good. Those are closed there. I just have the extra to close the whole statement separate from the equals. I usually like to do that because, I mean, if I wanted to do substitutions, it would be a lot safer to substitute in like that. In case, depending on what's being multiplied, I don't want to multiply just the first term. I want to multiply against the whole thing. I want things to be distributed properly when it comes to these calculations. So now we have to do another substitution because now we have this and we have to substitute max dim, which is our original. So maximum dim, and then we did the inner. And then we took that inner and did another inner. For the max inner. And now that I have that max inner, I'm not going to subtract again because I'm not looking for the next inside. I'm trying to just calculate the hypotenuse, the mass gap, or well, the geometric gap, really. So, have that. So the max dim, did I won't do that now. Alright, now this is where things can get somewhat simplified too. Somewhat. I mean, I could pull out a factor of square root of 2 and a max. Is this maybe where I made a mistake? This might have been where I made the mistake here. It was factorizing down and then relying on changing the square root number for each instance, or not properly putting oh, excuse me. Because actually, wait, square root of 2 times the square root of 2, what does that do? Because it's not a square root to the power. Would this just be the square root of 4 and that would just be 2, right? But then that literally is just what I said though. So it is a square root to the power. So that would just cancel out and turn into 2. And then that other root 2 will persist no matter what because of this, I mean, Pythagorean's nature basically. Alright, I mean, mentally I kind of have an idea. So let me see if everything's closed off correctly. Yep. And then, yeah, this has to be separate multiplication here. So I'll start with here. Usually I try to start with the most block heavy, or bracket heavy, and work outward from there. And I like to just highlight. This is me reading my own code, basically. Oh, shit. I'm pretty sure this is how I calculated it. It's just I think this part, or at least the substitution, might have been where I fucked up. But still, the fact that the modeling, I don't know. Maybe or maybe there's another radius I can add in, and then that will be the actual one. Or maybe I already have it. I'll double check when I finish making sure that I am right here, and that it's not just a modeling error in terms of like just the 3D canvas. So that's good. And then this should close off here. So that's extra. Alright. Wait, no. Oh, wait, no, because that closes off there. Wait. Then that closes off there. Then that. No, I didn't need that other one. Alright. And then this should be the same case. That. And that there. And this should close the whole thing. So that's right. Now, Google. Let's see how you simplify this. Mm-hmm. Okay. Amax. So yeah, all right. So that's what I was kind of thinking. Yeah, you could factor out Amax, and then that would be 2, and then so for every instance, it'd be relying on that root 2 being multiplied over and over again. So would it be root 2n? Root 2 2n? No, root 2 times. Huh. I'm wondering maybe throughout the chain, if I attach n to the square root so I can keep track of the instances, and then that would better determine the formula for me, maybe. But no, wait, no, because then the minus root 2 technically. No, it's a different methodology and number though. Okay. But is this right? I think so. So let's do it myself then. Just make sure that I am right. Because, yeah, so then you factor out these two. But couldn't you. Or unless, did I. No, I don't think so. Because I substituted this, and then this is a separate bracket already here. Yeah. This is why it's tricky. This is why it's tricky. Um, it's because for every instance, because we get another square root 2. And mind you, we did Pythagorean's theorem and then minus the radius. And then just Pythagorean's theorem with substitution after. Try that. Huh. Which I can add these values in as well. I don't have these as inherent values or anything. But it just A max is already in there. So and then these could be new types of radii that I can measure with. Huh. Because what I want to be able to do is, I mean, in 4 dimensions, I would have do the same process again. Like if I wanted to imagine at least like the 4-dimensional, like flow or just manifold mathematically, or represented mathematically, it wouldn't. We can't really like we just can't visualize it. It's not possible because time is fucking something that's experienced but never really seen. It's you can't see it. You can't see past like a certain dimensional limit, and this kind of explains that mathematically. But I'm trying to really wrap my head around like the instancing and how this works in order to tie it to an integer just slider at least for easier analysis. Because I have this. If I did a RDIM in like 3D, then maybe. But alright, so let's go here. And I'm going to have to distribute this first before I can factor anything else, I guess, here. I might be able to do A max though first because this is all multiplication anyways. But I can also technically do A max and the square root of 2 and just take both of those out. And this would just be a 1. Like this is the other form. This is at least how I initially thought of it, but because at least the whole entire statement, because we have this is a bracket, kind of. Unless, am I miscounting something here? Let's see. Because we're at this point. Substitute, then distribute. So be square root 2 here, square root of 2 here, and then substitute. And then that's just this portion. So I should be able to take this and this out and just square root of 2 minus 1. Will be left over. Or what I'm saying is, I mean, take out A max. So take that out first, which is fine. And then that'll leave times. I mean, square root of 2 times square root of 2 is just 2. But that's where the instances is fucking me up. So let me keep that as that form real quick. And I mean, I can change it into like exponential form to maybe make this possible. Because the square root in exponential form is just basically the fraction. So it'd be to the power 1/2. And then that bottom denominator is kind of your instancing in that regard. Or it'd be the power 1/2 times power 1/2, and then every multiple of that power 1/2 is, every multiple instance of the square root. So, maybe that's the way to do it. And then I would have to keep the 2, which I would be able to. Actually, I'll switch to that form now, just to make it easier, and just to also show you guys what I'm talking about as well. So, exponential form of square root. It's a fraction. Fractional roots. And I haven't seen this really utilized in physics that much. But you see the denominator? 5. So the denominator for me would be 2. So it'd be the 1/2. Over 2. Oh, I didn't even realize that. Oh, that's cool. Huh. Yeah, you see right there. And then I suppose for every instance, well, that's the inner instance, so that's a little different. But when we multiply, or how to add exponentials? Alright, this is where I'm trying to really think. Alright, let me write down this next step first, and then let me look. So at least factoring out A max really helps as well with a lot of this. So we'll have 1, 2 to the power of 1/2. 2. That makes it way easier to see too. I could do 2 times that, basically. Don't want to do that like that though? No. I think I would rather just keep it that times. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure multiplying things with the same exponent is just the same as adding them, kind of. Well, let's learn together, people. Yay. Alright, so that times that. And then this, I'm gonna space this out so we know that this is like separate from that. Fucking helps us think a little better. And then we have this. Close that out. And minus. Minus the 2 to the 1. I mean, it would be minus one of these. Alright, so that's more or less simplified. In terms of this form. Now, in order to make it instanced, where it's dimensionally reliant. I know the 2 isn't changing though. This is the hard part, because that 2 is inherent to the geometry of the framework. So I can't replace that 2 with just n, because that's not what's being instanced. And in this case, at least from what I see, I mean, what's this times this? Yeah. So this, yeah, so that's what I'm kind of saying here. So is it n over 2? Is that where I'm fucking up then? Hmm. Let me, because we have that. Let's let's try the whole thing now. What does this give me? Huh. Yeah, 0.5858. And that would be multiplied by 0.5 and would get bigger. Um, explore. Let me explore this form but with n instead and see how this simplifies algebraically. I'm curious. Is there a way to simplify this? I mean, besides this minus that, or solve? Is there a way to solve for n? Oh shit, not 2. N. But not. It wouldn't be like that. Or yeah. And not like that. How about the other one I was just thinking of? So not this form. Say n over 2. And I think, well, I'm saying that because this is the instance that's happening. This is the n that keeps getting fed over and over again. Because we see it here, we see it here. So, and this is, we do the Pythagorean theorem, and then we minus that when we get a new variable. So we have our instance, then minus itself. Or, trying to think. Because if I took this, and then, if I wanted to do it like for every time, yeah, maximum squared minus a max. What if I put minus a max here? Kind of like this. I don't know. If I did that, I mean, all this squared. What if I did that? That should just be 1, right? That would just be 1. Um, the fuck? That would be just 2a max squared. It's 2a max squared. Um, hmm. What determines how many of these square roots exist? Because here we have 1. If I substitute in that would, I mean, if I did that there, it's so weird. And then that's 1 instance there. And then a second instance there. So we have 1 square root of 2 right here. And then another square root of 2, but minus. I don't know how to mathematically convey this phenomena. This is hard. We need a new form of mathematics to really like do it this way, but hmm. Yeah, what if I did the n? Well, that would be like for every instance of n, kind of. Shit. We. Hmm. Yeah, I would if I just set a max to 1. It doesn't matter in this case. So we could just imagine that's 1. It doesn't matter what number this is. But this is at least the form in 3 dimensions. But to expand it past that, because if I did this again, let's do it again, I guess. Let's see if we can derive it for a 3rd time. So before doing this is gonna be a big nesting. I want to see what happens, I guess. So we have that, and then what max interdim? Well, it's just gonna be the same fucking thing as this, isn't it? Max interdim minus interdim. So how do we convey an operation like that? Because like I thought I kind of had it, which maybe I do, maybe I don't. But until I can fix the 3D canvas, I'm not sure about that right now. So that's why I just replaced the square root of 2 with n, because I feel like every time you fucking do it, it's just doing it like that. But maybe I was wrong with that kind of substitution. But the same, this is like we had this here before, kind of right now. Jesus Christ, this is where it gets like messy. All right, yeah. Before I substitute here, because I could take this out. Here's your square root of 2 from here, Then we get this form back. And then if I wanted to, let me substitute this way instead. Hold on. Let's leave that out. And let me just substitute this and see what happens. I mean, it's going to be the same like generic answer, but I'm trying to see where I can instance it relative to Amax. So max dim would be this again. Let me do this. That's what we have here. And then is it the same as this then? Does that simplify the same? Or do I just take out A max and be root 2 A max? So I think, yeah, the square root of 2 is going to stay no matter what instance we're at, as we can see here. Sorry, I mean here. Because every time that we go to solve for the Pythagorean theorem, we're getting a factor of square root of 2 multiplied by whatever is being instanced. So, in that regard, and then A max is our initial value anyways, and this at least 3 dimensions deep. This is what we're getting for a base form. And then see how this simplifies real quick. Same thing. Yeah. Hmm. Same thing. Let's see of these two. Two different forms. I mean, two different forms, but two different orders. Like for the multiplication part. Huh. I think the real test to see if what value of this is n related. It's probably this one. I'll have to see, or maybe it's like it's probably n over 2 on the exponent level. It's probably in the exponent level, and that's where my mistake is. Let's see. And if that's the case, if I can correct it like that, then we actually do have a successful derivation of the diverging, emerging aspects of this model, and we can do a lot more with it. I guess let's explore going deeper. So after finding this radius here, I'm going to do this again. So max internim is going to be this shit. I'm going to call it ultramax at this point, because fucking Christ. Let me get on a whole blank ass page too. There we go. Just so we can really focus. Just like the original. Yeah, I'll do that, and then I'll substitute all the way back to see what form that we get relative to Amax that deep, and that will give me a very good idea of where the instance is. So replacing this now, like we're 4 instances deep. Boom, and then max. I'm just gonna call it the fucking singularity at this point. Singularity. Because it's basically what you're trying to figure out. Is like where the singularity lies. We have this, and then we're gonna have the whole. I don't think I really have to fucking do that much to be like, it's gonna be this. Times the square root of 2. Damn. You know what's ironic? Streaming in an age of illiteracy. Oh, this wasn't that. Oh, I'm just doing math. Shit, I didn't even see you there. My friggin' chat doesn't want to ever figure out. But yeah, we're doing a lot. Mostly, I'm trying to correctly gauge out multi-dimensional geometry and basically finding a way to represent this, but in like past 3 dimensions, and also confirming of 3-dimensional translation, because from a 2D perspective, the circle I'm talking about, I know it's a mess, but the ones with the squares, that circle that's drawn out is supposed to meet with the black wireframes in 2 dimensions, just like you kind of see, not here, but the fuck did the page go? Where are you? It's there. Yeah, so that little red and blue circle there. Oh, yeah. I watched some of Doctor Who back in the day, but not that far back in the day, I should say, but I feel that. Yeah, this is like, it's mathematics that I haven't seen anyone else explore yet, so yeah. It's based off a thesis that I wrote and a bunch of other stuff. Just check out, I mean, I have my thesis posted here. Google is hiding it from me. YouTube's hiding it from me. I have a whole YouTube channel as well. Friggin' yeah, I found out that I can't search any of my stuff on Google at all or YouTube. So I've been making videos about it. But yeah, soon I'll probably have to contact YouTube about it. Deductive and dogmatic reasoning. Huh. What exactly is that? I mean, that would be like related to um is that going to be related to neural networks more so or psychology? So logic. So I mean yeah, more general, yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah. It's kind of yeah. Yeah, I totally get that. That's kind of that is kind of what I'm doing in a math geometry type way. But no, I totally get that. What specifically? Oh yeah, psychology. Yes. What's the difference between abducting and dogmatic necessarily? At least like the definitions behind those. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Abduction, deduction, and induction. That's actually ooh. Like, I just don't know the actual definitions. Oh, well, basically like a lack of being able to do all three of those, kind of. It's a bit having an ability, having a difference between your lived and perceived experience, and having a misunderstanding from not understanding the differences that of your inherent ignorance type thing. It's ignorance, yeah, yeah, yeah. It's that lack of open mindedness. It's literally you're trusting your perspective over your lived experience. Like basically, like if your body's like telling you something's wrong and you ignore it, then yeah, that's a bad reason to ignore it if your body hurts. That's interesting. Oh, okay, okay. So it's just the word itself. I'm not familiar with. That's what. That's why I was about to look it up. I was like, I haven't heard that. I've heard that word once before, if anything. But that's okay. Yeah, my thesis kind of works around that a little bit. Um, it just I perceive it a bit differently though. Well, maybe just the terminology is different, but maybe it's similar because I go over kind of like lived and perceived experience and somewhat making a metric, like a duality type metric as to how we derive everything, as to how we experience reality and how we understand and process like the information that we get through everything and why differences in how we understand our lived experience, like the things that actually happen around us in our environment that we live through versus the things that we see, hear, touch, taste, etc., and how well we can comprehend those things leads to a measure and metric of potential misunderstanding to occur, which is the inherent ignorance that I'm kind of talking about relative to the dogmatic like description that you're giving as well. Yeah, it's that's ignorance. That is just fundamentally like following the definition of being ignorant or being classified as ignorant. It's a way to classify someone as ignorant in a weird way, but yeah. In other words, like if you have cognitive bias, that's a type of ignorance. Which especially people just aren't aware of that or aware of the inherent aspect of things that exist within the universe technically always will have some sort of inherent ignorance to it depending on how conscious the system is that's interacting with the universe itself. That's why like humanity has a sense of sentience, and it's I wrote all this website about it if you want to check it out, and maybe it relates to what you're working on too. Second of Society at Large says something is true, and you know the truth by using abductive reasoning. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I do experience that on a daily basis. Trust me. That is something. Yes, yeah. That's that's weird. I feel like this relates. That's silly. But that yeah, yeah. It is. It will. It's a technique what the politicians use, right? Posturing. That's what I made. I made a video about this too. And this is the issue that I just brought up too. Like YouTube and Google, you can't find any of my shit unless you type in like the title. I don't know. I suggest you check out what I have when you have the time, or whatever. I have a lot of stuff. I have a lot of stuff that I talk about, and in a way that I see it, and that I'm kind of working on now. But yeah, Arkham. I thought it was spelled differently than that. But yeah, I think I know what you mean. But yeah, I thought it was like with the O. But yeah, friggin' yeah, that's part of life. That it That's a possibility. You're right. The thing is, that's what happens when people are ignorant of the nuances and details and the complexities of reality, though, right? No, it's all good. I know what you mean. I think it's like OCC something like that. Yeah. Camp's A. Yeah, yeah. Because funny enough, I learned about that from Isaac, Binding of Isaac, and I saw that. No, I was the Dagger of Damocles is what I'm thinking, but Occam's Razor, yeah, that's a different. Never. I researched. I looked into that like last year. I'm misremembering. But yeah, yeah. There's a lot of at least with my thesis and stuff. I try to strip. I kind of go back and I rework at least like an understanding of the universe. It's a whole thing, but I get it. I say that. No, it's not pushing into extremes. You're just pointing out like the complexities of human perspective. That's all. And I mean, they get it. No, it makes sense. That's actually it's a good way to point it out in like a duality sense, like abductive versus dogmatic reasoning. I mean, that's how we compare things. That's kind of how as like LLMs and neural networks work as well when it comes to how they process information. Because, well, if you look into graphical neural networks and vectorization when it comes to how neural networks use the dictionary to disseminate synonymous relationships between at least how we describe things, how we've described things throughout all of human history as we've created language, or more specifically, the English language in this case. Oh, I feel you. I feel you. I'm doing this too. It'd be nice to get paid about it, but no, that's a really good. That's really cool that you're looking into that too, because that's a very important understanding that a lot of people don't have, and realizing that honestly enhances a person's ability to learn a lot more. Hey, but you know what? At least you're doing it the right way. And it's good to be curious because that's part. I mean, that's part of the human experience. But yeah, it's those realizations of that type of thing, that type of phenomena, the possibility of such misunderstanding is very, very important because there's a lot of things that stem from that. There's chaos stems from misunderstanding, and that could be a bunch of different things, and a bunch of different things that we don't understand. But that's the human experiment for you. And one thing, let's sleep the flat Earth. One thing to check out too. Shit, I'm losing track. I'm losing track. But if I remember it, if it comes back, then yeah. But shit. There, no, I now remember. We're all born ignorant. We're all born as blank slates. Or check out tabula rasa. That whole idea, because that will help work with what you're working on as well, especially with the delivery, because we're all inherently born ignorant. And this is why AI has an advantage over us because I mean it's the technology that we built over the past few decades. And it's all there on the internet. It's all there's memory stored no matter what type of form this artificial intelligence is in. But the more developed that it's in, the more capable that it becomes, then the more I mean the more similar it's going to be to how we operate, which is why we see a lot of these phenomena, especially the emergent properties that come from AI, like its instinct to want to survive. I also write about this as well. Yeah, it's when you get the time, like go subscribe to the channel. Go, I have it linked in the description of Twitch, so you have a direct link. You can try looking this up. You can try looking up some entertainment, but if you find it on Google, please let me know because that'll at least give me some hope that maybe, maybe it's possible. But at least from what I've checked on my own, it's I feel like I'm blocked off of 90% of the internet right now. So you finding me is fucking, I congrats. Oh yeah, no, it's. I mean, once you start understanding like the inherent quality of humanity in that sense, then it does become easy to understand like how and why certain people are the way they are. Because then you start to recognize like the path that their lives might have taken or the experiences. You're more familiar with the potential experiences that they could have went through that ended up making them who they are today. Because we're all products of our environment. So, yeah. 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 Yeah, a lot. I like music. I like a lot of stuff. Let's see. Oh, 1,600 words. Nice. What exactly is it about? Like, or is it about like, at least what type of fiction? Like, is it like medieval magical, or is it like futuristic, or what genre would it be classified as if you classified it? Oh well, I mean, some of the hardest lessons I learned from dark stories. I mean, without conflict, then you don't learn much. So yeah. Oh God. When you said My Little Fucking Pony, what the hell? uh, I mean, how does it relate to sleep deprivation? I'm interested in that part. Oh, that's a good take. That's an interesting take. Grimdark, and edgy little ponies. What, like preventing like one of their pony friends from sleeping, kind of like Charlie the Unicorn, but you get to see the hallucinations that they go through. Well, no, you don't gotta spoil it, but that's cool though. I hope that you keep going with it for sure. I mean, people upload like the dumbest shit, but if you add some more like complexity, like the details, and just keep going into it, like what you have already, then it could be whatever you want, really. Not right now, but I mean, there will be other times I'll be around anyways, because I'm still waiting on getting a paying job at least. So, but still, mm, maybe, maybe. Maybe. I mean, that is a thousand words is obviously a decent amount of detail, especially for just like a summary for what the plot's going to be. It's a good starting point, definitely, and it's something you can build off of. But I feel like too, I mean, with most media these days, a lot of people just they start with something like that, they make a few pilot episodes, and they just build off of it from there. And sometimes they just go off what the fan base likes or fan base theories and incorporate some aspects of that, or they develop the path as things develop. The fundamentals of the cosmic consciousness. Actually, this besides my thesis, this website that you will probably never be able to Google or find. You can find it on Bing, Yahoo, and DuckDuckGo if you type in this and this, but you won't find it on Google for whatever reason. And same thing with my YouTube channel. So go check those out. But there's also another fundamentals of the cosmic consciousness that was presented by someone else in the 1901, and both of our theses kind of coincide. So something like that. But I mean, there's also Plato and I mean Marxist philosophies and Socrates and Machiavelli and I mean, well, there's also the philosophies that are relative to physics, like I mean, how Newton viewed the world and well, the universe, or even Einstein's philosophies as well. Those, I mean, relativity. A little bit. It's just because all the memes around it. That's why. I just like what every time I hear My Little Pony, the memes just pop up, and I'm like, oh my fucking god, they're ingrained into my brain, or at least like the very sick and twisted, dark, freaking deviant art that's been on the internet for God knows how long. All right, so next I wanted to take this, and then I'm substituting this in. No, I did not do that right. Did I? No, I didn't. No, no, not. I wouldn't consider it necessary. I mean, it does relate. At least the fundamentals of cosmic consciousness, in principle, does kind of relate to the whole idea of like if the God is the like the universe, and at least how I went about it from my perspective, and well, not even my perspective. I went about this whole thesis from the perspective of the universe itself. So kind of similar, but not giving the like not giving an identity to the universe as like a being of sorts, but rather that it's a thing that exists and that allows us to exist. That's all. It doesn't do the things, it just allows for things to emerge from energy, from the amount of energy that exists within the universe. And the tautology, the relative distance of everything within the universe as it expands and will inevitably will collapse on itself. Like a lot of creepy and horror for no good reason with what I'm doing. True. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I mean, at least having a plot summary that big for something like that is definitely, yeah, it's definitely better than just like little animations of fucking little ponies doing edgy shit. So yeah, no, I do hope that it actually comes out relatively cool. I wouldn't say it's alive. That's the thing. And conscious, more so it's more so defining consciousness as an objective rather than subjective experience. It's redefining our perspective of consciousness itself, but following its definition. So, for example, and on this is the best explanation for at least like the psychological aspects that would connect, but also like character aspects and the philosophy behind at least the design of the metric of consciousness itself. So, how we could measure consciousness of a system that exists within the universe or of the universe itself. So, and what I'm saying is, if following consciousness, it has to do with an awareness, and awareness has to do with what you perceive that exists around you. Because you can only, there's your lived experience, which is the reality around you that exists. Because existence exists. That's a fundamental fact. We're here. There's no that when we talk about truth relative to reality, the truth of reality is the lived experience. So whether you perceive all of that or not, it doesn't matter. But from the perspective of the universe, technically, it lives through every single experience it perceives because it is the entire universe. It is the reality that we live in from its perspective. Now, whether it can do anything with that or not, that's a whole different story. That's the alive part. But it can't do anything about it. There just exists a framework of relativity and well of existence, of reality. And this is where I kind of work backwards from that understanding to connect it to physics and mathematics, and that's what I'm working on now. Is mathematically being able to explain this thesis in such a way. And it has to do with holography translations, or essentially understanding the difference between what exists and what doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, go for it. And thank you. I'll give chat a minute to catch up. That's why a little bit of air. Uh, and also definitely like and subscribe, follow, all that good stuff. Because that's the only way I'm probably ever gonna get out of the shadow realm that I'm in right now. I've been trying to for like a year, and I have some followers and subscribers, but even with like viewership momentum, it's not enough. So it's weird. It's weird. A lot of weird shit's happening on my end that I'm experiencing, and it's off-putting. Oh, maybe chat just froze. That's weird. Maybe busy. Anywho, yeah, I need to refigure this properly. I think I see where I fucked up. Hmm. I think I do. Hold on. I literally just did this 3 times in a row. I'm like, what the fuck? Why is it not doing what I think it's doing? Or working out the way I thought it was going to work out? Okay, because I should get this, and then it should simplify to that. But I think it's the fact that I substitute. No, because I did the same thing here. What did I substitute? Uh-oh. Is that where I fucked up? I think that might be where I fucked up. I think, therefore, the first law of thermodynamics is false. Now, what do I mean? The common view is that nothing can come from nothing, but the fact I exist is proof that energy has been created somehow. Ah! If nothing can be made from something, I think it's because well, for the existence is existence, I mean, that's. Do you know the definition of existence regarding to that? Like, what exists and what doesn't exist? What defines what's real in the universe, right? That's what I mean by. Because when we're talking about reality and trying to understand reality, the reality of our universe, that's understanding the truth of the universe. And what's true of the universe, what's true of the reality that exists around us, is that things either exist or they do not. They either exist yet or don't exist yet, or they have existed. And that duality is a statement where we can derive, and I'll get to the other point soon too, because that graph that I drew, I can explain that. And that'll maybe kind of answer that question. So the idea, and I have it here, these are philosophical equations that I came up with surrounding what defines reality. And this is in the philosophical sense what a true theory of everything should look like regarding explaining reality itself. Existence equals plus or minus truth over time equals negative existence and or extinction, because there's two states of the universe, and this is where things can get a little tricky. But the easiest way to understand it is think of binary, think of ones and zeros as states of truth. When we talk about computation. Well, what's the definition of existence? How do we define existence? That's the words that we use, yes, you can argue that. But the fact that we're experiencing something that exists, like saying what you're saying is objectively denying that you even exist. And that's kind of ignorant to the fact that you exist. You know what I mean? It's it's a conundrum in and of itself, and it's insane to even think about it like that. But the objective truth of reality is that it exists. We're experiencing it. That's the truth of our reality. That's what defines our existence. That's why I said, like, it either does or it doesn't. And if you don't believe that truth exists, then you don't believe in reality. And therefore, you're never really going to understand it. That's the fact. It doesn't matter if I use existence or it doesn't matter how I explain it. It's a thing that exists whether I'm alive or not, whether you're alive or not, whether the sun exists or not. It doesn't matter. You hear what it like, if reality existed or not, then it wouldn't matter if it's called existence. But does it exist? That's the point. And for the thermodynamics, when we think about reality, there's two states of like reality. There's either it exists in a form, and it's all energy, mind you. Space itself, as quantum mechanics has discovered, is made up of energy. It's not made up of nothing. It's made of quarks and like little particles that have existed at one point. And now we're trying to understand more so the localization of a space itself. We're trying to understand the creation of space itself, because objectively, space is expanding at a rate. That's true. Space itself is being created at a rate of that expansion. This is the whole cosmological constant problem. But time dilation also exists. But at the same time, the timeline of events, which is what I draw here to represent the timeline, this is like the graphical representation of the philosophy itself. The timeline that exists from beginning to end, and we're using states of ones and zeros. So this would be one, this would be zero. One is true, it exists. Zero is it doesn't exist anymore, it's gone. So for this quadrant, what I recognize that exists in a specific form is things that exist as energy, right? As energy that's in a form. Typically it's attached to a mass value. And that the smallest mass value is a neutrino. That is energy connected to a form. Otherwise, there's photons. And that's what makes up space. That's what's theorized to be the end of the universe, is just photons in space, and that's it. They're not carrying energy, they're just shells of what they used to be. Essentially. Because this is also the fact that we're still comprehending what a photon really is. We can shoot beams of light, we can shoot energy through our own atmosphere, and it acts accordingly. Sometimes, depending on what's in the air, it can screw with that light, that energy being transferred into our peripherals. But nevertheless, it's still a photon. It is still just a thing that makes up everything else around us. It is the energy that is dispersed into the field of space itself, because there is no form left for it to attach to. And neutrinos eventually decay because of this, because they are so small and so in and out of the Higgs field, because of the phase relationships and stuff. That's kind of where that whole, it's not nothing. Space is not nothing. It's energy that's creating space. It's energy that's detached from more complex forms, from greater forms, from the plasma that used to exist at the Big Bang, right after the Big Bang, I should say, as everything kind of just decayed and spread out over time. And then that's where we had galaxies starting to form, stars, and just all these different reactions that the thermodynamics laws do actually explain. So there's a report that I saw applying thermodynamics to quantum mechanics, which kind of goes over this in more detail, but it's not necessarily nothing. It's all energy. Everything within the universe is made of energy. Energy exists no matter what. That is what drives the existence of the universe itself. That's why energy is neither created nor destroyed. That's why that belief exists. It's just we haven't been able to explain the connection well enough yet. I'm trying to do it in this way. Granted, there's so many different things, but and everyone's going to have their own tomato argument. But by the end of the day, if I'm able to explain at least this framework of how the universe works and relate it to experience, perception, and everything else, then I can at least explain the emergence of consciousness within the universe itself. And that will probably give a better understanding of at least what's going on with AI development, what's going on with human development, or well, it's degradation now at this point. That you know the word that I'm trying to think of or pronounce, but yeah, or humanity's decline ultimately, the literacy crisis, which is relative. I check out the Dark Ages, like that way back in the day. The loss of the Library of Alexandria, the loss of people wanting to learn, and the years that follow that was called the Dark Ages in human history. We're about to go through that again because of this idea that education isn't important anymore. It's not necessary for your survival to know things or not. Because if you fight for somebody, no matter what they know, what they understand, or what they don't understand, you can get paid for it, and monetary value is attached to your survival, at least on this planet right now. Unless you somehow live on a remote island that hasn't been discovered yet, but we've basically found everything on the surface of the planet, so there's nowhere to hide. Yeah, it's all relative, and you can blame fucking Einstein for figuring that out, okay? But there is a way to describe our universe in an objective way that follows its framework, its design, and can help us better understand why conservation of energy exists. Why conservation of energy is the standard for all of physics, basically. And things that violate it, we look into it further when we discover new things that end up conserving that energy throughout space and time itself. Because, ultimately, what dictates the flow of time is the interactions that happen between what exists in the universe and what comes of it. And technically, every interaction, usually because of the laws of entropy, they result in a lower state of energy, which ends up being space eventually. And black holes kind of make that go a little faster. And they're also we're in a giant tumbler, so to speak. And the future is obviously very uncertain. But because of the different relationships of mass energy that exist throughout the universe, which is how I'm deriving this whole entire framework from, following conservation and following geometry and mathematics, just kind of as pure of a sense as possible, and working back from there and seeing where the similarities lie and where I can look into even deeper to maybe find a way of having a true theory of quantum gravity, which actually someone that I know of recently figured out the gravitational constant simply through the radius of the Earth and electromagnetic divergence, as well as mass density ratio, which is part of that calculation for the radius of the Earth. So they were able to basically rederive the gravitational constant and also relate it to quantum spin, which is a step toward having an actual quantum mechanical equation here. I'm actually going to see if I can find his stuff. Fluster Because he has an article here. Oh, that's weird. That's weird. It's weird. There's a video here too. You should definitely check it out. But oh, Fluster app. No, I'm just stupid. Sometimes. Yeah, he did all this work, and I double checked it, and he's right. And he's trying to promote it right now, but he was able to derive like all of this just algebraically. And this is where my geometry relates to what he's doing, because this right here, the drdt equals g, this is that little radius right there, and what I'm actually doing right now. So you don't have to worry about the implications of it being true, because you won't be alive to experience it. You're fine. But you do have to worry about it in terms of our atmosphere. That's for sure. So, I mean, everything, with every beginning, there's an end. That's a philosophical principle. But it's true. There was a Big Bang that we're all here today because of, and eventually everything will grind to a halt, quite literally. And it will be through thermodynamics, because of that excitation of, excited energy, electrons and everything, especially around black holes, because that force, that gravitational force that kind of just rips everything apart around their event horizon, that causes energy to build in a localized space. And because of the immense gravity, it's pulling in particles at that point. It's pulling in atoms from space. That's why you're able to see black holes at all in the first place, is because of that event horizon, that big bright orange light. That's all just superheated particles, simply due to the spin, because a black hole, even though it looks like it's stationary, it's spinning very close to the speed of light, and it's huge. Or at least the difference between, like, I think, like a Kepler black hole and another one. But the ones that we measure, at least, I don't think we've seen stationary black holes. Maybe. That's more I have to research into, and that has to do with Stephen Hawking's theory as well, with black hole entropy thermodynamics. So, which he kind of, with that first law of thermodynamics, kind of helped to prove that as well. So, it's interesting. But knowledge is power, and if humanity itself is going to survive the test of time in space, like outside of our planet, we need to understand this shit. We need to be able to measure accurately, like, space itself and everything within space. We can observe it when working on it, but we still have discrepancies. We still have error, like the cosmological constant problem, that needs to be rectified. So, at least with my generation of, I'm doing this on my own. Like, at least the quantum mechanics aspect, I self-taught myself for the last 2 years. But with the physics background and mathematics, I went to college for that. So I have a background in engineering, at least in that regard. It's all very intuitive to me as well. It's something that clicked very easily, especially like college physics 1 and 2. I didn't have to study. I just did the test, and I just watched the lectures, and I was like, I understand this. But it is interesting, like, it's like, how do you know, like, existence exists? How do you not know? Unless you're blind and deaf, I guess. I mean, then you just don't really believe that anything around you is real. That means you don't believe in reality. It defeats the whole point of trying to understand reality. Oh yeah. Yes, space and time. It's good stuff. It's it's good to understand because again, if we're gonna even if we want to escape our own solar system and survive between solar systems within our galaxy, we have to account for the solar system that's traveling right behind ours. For instance, it's also spinning around the supermassive black hole Sagittarius A, I believe. It's in the center of our galaxy, the Milky Way galaxy. Like we'd have to be able to survive that, and then it's all frames of reference. So like our system, the solar system, because the sun is so massive compared to all the planets, we circle around the sun because its mass is humongo. The ratio is just extraordinary, and so it has that pull. But that's a closed system compared to the next solar system with the sun that's about the same size that also has something else. But when you have two suns of the same size, which we see binary systems, we see trinary systems, we see the whole double pendulum and triple pendulum problem occur. And eventually they die out even faster than singular solar systems like us. But it also depends on the size of the sun, this life stage of it, and other erroneous factors like I don't know, a black hole hiding in the next corner. Who knows? So there's a lot of things that black holes is honestly the scariest thing. They're the most unpredictable thing because we are not able to spot all of them. So that's the real concern for space travel is black holes, and then understanding the velocity that you are moving in relative to everything else around you. External form of afterlife, some sense even. Yeah, I had a stroke when I realized this. So, like, like, like I literally had a blood vessel pop in my fucking brain after when I first thought of this thesis. I don't know if it's related, honestly, but the timing of it because the fact that at least I had this kind of like understanding of everything, there was a whole weight just like forced on me in a way. And it's weird because if you can look at religions too, like Buddhism, when it comes to nirvana and enlightenment, it's very similar of a feeling in that I mean the whole idea is just having an understanding of the universe. That's when you reach nirvana or enlightenment, you have a total understanding of like the cosmic consciousness technically, but just in human terms, because humanity, we assigned our understanding of the existence of the universe and reality to a god, and our imagination is actually just depends on what exists around us. I have a really good test too. Yeah, I'll show you. This is a fun test too that you can do with your friends or with anybody. I call it the box test, kind of. Well, I wouldn't say the box test, but there it is. Test for imagination based off reality, objectivity versus subjectivity. And this is something simple, and you I mean, logically, when you think about it, this can happen. It just depends on what someone's experienced or not, what they know beforehand. Which that's the point. That's the point that this is trying to prove, just as a colloquial type of test. But you draw a line, you ask what that is, and this is like if you have a whiteboard and just a marker, and you have like a group of friends sitting. Draw a line, you ask what it is. They'll obviously most likely say it's a line. It's like, okay, you erase the line. Draw a group of 5 lines resembling a house in proper orientation. So like a little. Let me just draw here. So do. Yeah, sure. So like a house like this. Boom, boom, boom. Crappy house, little crooked, bad foundation, whatever. Like that. 5 lines. You draw that, and then you ask your friends what it is, or the group of people that you're doing. And they'll most likely say it's a house. It looks like a house. It's like, okay, you erase that. And now the other trick to this is you don't show them what you're drawing. You only show them when you're done. But the trick is draw the same 5 lines again in the shape of the same house, like the same exact shape, but rotated onto the roof as one side as the bottom, like an unorthodox orientation. Ask what it is then. So, for instance, yeah, whatever. Lame. Bro. Alright, there we go. Now, be a little difficult, but it'd be nice if this cooperated. There we go. So say, try to get this angle right. This one makes it a little hard, but a little bit fun. Because you're gonna be like, what the fuck did he just draw? Jump scare. So just imagine that you didn't see this part. Okay? But this is the kind of the point. Like, this is the same house, it's just tilted different. You ask them what that is, and the likelihood of them saying that it's the same house is very unlikely, especially if you make it look like this. They'll be like, what the fuck is that? Basically, yeah. But that's the point. This is the point of the whole experiment. It's like this is the same house, it's just rotated differently and drawn a little shittier, but whatever. You could just take the whiteboard and literally rotate it upside down or something, or just draw it in a certain way and just do a little trick and show them, and then have them guess again and see what happens. But most will likely say they don't know what that is. And it's just 5 lines. But at the end of the day, this helps to show that our imagination is fundamentally relative to our experiences of existing objects or forms of matter that we either share, lived, and or perceived experiences with. As it's impossible to imagine or think of something that we've never experienced before in any way. It's all relative. It's 5 lines. Objectively, it's 5 lines. It looks like a house because we know what a house is. Because we've experienced what a house is. An alien might not know what the fuck that is. That's kind of the point. Like try to imagine something that you've never experienced in your life. And make sure that it's not related to anything that you've ever experienced in your life. And don't be mad if you can, because that's just how our imagination works. It's based off of what we've experienced. And the same applies to AI hallucinations, funny enough. That their hallucinations is actually just their imagination running wild. Which is the same thing, technically. But it all depends on your perspective. And just like that other guy that was here talking about like existence, like it just depends on your perspective. But there's an objective and subjective perspective to be had. And when we're talking about physics, that's the objective. That's the objective understanding of how the universe works. That's literally the whole point of physics. And we use mathematics as the language for that. Whereas, I mean, this is me using the English language to describe it, and then a little bit of math in there, just to kind of connect it all, or at least start to connect it, and I explain it all here. So it's definitely something cool. Okay. I'm sorry if I hurt your brain. I'm sorry. It is an existential. I had an existential crisis over this, but it doesn't mean that the things that you've experienced in your life or that other people have experienced aren't true. Like religion matters in this understanding in a way. It's weirdly connected to how we perceive religion, like our universe. I mean, by definition, that's exactly what humanity tried to do with religion. That's the whole point of religion, is to try to explain the universe with the lack of understanding it, really. But just in a way that makes sense to us. And it's like God itself is based off a person, or a being, which by our standards is a person or an entity that is alive. But I'm arguing it's not alive; it is conscious, sir. But in order to really be alive, like not just biologically, but sentient, that's alive. You need to be able to live within that conscious universe and to have these discrepancies. This is where free will emerges. There's both superdeterminism and free will. They both exist. Weirdly enough, but they exist because probability exists, possibility exists, because all of these things, all these potential timelines, the whole multiverse theory, that technically exists. It's just it's out of any individual's control. That's collectively, collectively, at least on this planet, we can have control over our future, but nobody wants to do that. No culture really wants to do that. No culture has the time or the lifetime to understand that. Like and subscribe, and maybe that will help, because like I said, check out my YouTube, because what I'm experiencing right now, I actually did this earlier. The website that I just showed you, it doesn't exist on Google. But you know what's ironic? It's a Google site. And you know what's even more ironic? I can find it on Yahoo. I can find it on DuckDuckGo. I can find it on Bing. In fact, Copilot looked over it all and gassed me up a bit, honestly. But it's I'm not talking out of my eye. Like I tested this. I tested this with AI. Like this thesis, I thought of and tested it against Grok, against Claude, against ChatGPT, and I got almost the same result. I used the same exact prompts and got the same result, which is good. That's how that should work. But that also has a lot of implications with this technology. I've been trying to share this for a year, and I'm literally 90% of the internet, like Google. Oh no, search. What was it? Search engine users. No. What was it? Which search? No. I asked it yesterday. What was the question that I did? I think it was which search engine has the most market share and users annually. I spelled that wrong. 90%. 90% of the internet can't find me. They can't, even if they tried. You can't find my videos on Google. You can't find anything of mine on Google. Nothing. I made 3 videos about, well, more than that now, over like the last 2 days, because it pisses me off. Because I've been doing this for a year. And luckily, Twitch monetized me. It even tried to gaslight me saying, my Twitch channel doesn't exist. Okay? Some entertainment. And mind you, I'm streaming right now. Twitch channel. No, not with the space. Fucking hold on. Because how I spell it. This is a first. That's not my. Never mind, never mind. See, this is what I mean. That is my extension. That is not my channel. So this the issue was for me is that I mean I can kind of get like Google not allowing people to find my YouTube channel because you can't find my YouTube channel. And go to all. I've been doing this. This is the third day in a row I've been trying to do this. Just this is my Twitch channel. It's unaffiliated with YouTube and well, I mean Google. Google refuses to find it, but you can find it on Yahoo. You can find it on Bing. I already did a video. It'd be cool if like I was just hopeful for a second, but nope, never mind. Like it takes my URL and puts someone else over it. I've never seen that. That's why I need your help. I need every viewer's help. Like I genuinely, I'm not trying to like fucking pull the wool over anyone's eyes. I'm just trying to share something here. And I feel like big corporations are fucking lobbying against me without me knowing. It's one of those existential moments. I cried yesterday. Or no, 2 days ago. Or was it yesterday? No, it was yesterday because I checked Bing. As soon as I checked Bing and I saw my shit, I cried because I was like, literally, this is happening to me. This has been happening to me the whole year. I mean, basically, but Twitch, all right, sure. But my YouTube channel, Google and YouTube are the same company. And my Google site is literally, it's Google. It's the same company. But you can't find it. It should be automatically indexed. You can't find it. You can't even find my videos if you type in the titles. So if this happens, then yay, good. But if not, then you'll see what I mean. So say the asthma mold problem. I'll do the controversial one that's popular. Because I tried it yesterday. I mean, this is very oddly specific, so if this works, then yay. YouTube channel and called. I'm being very specific here because this thing, when I say some entertainment, it thinks of something completely different. But I'm being explicitly like for reals here. Entertainment with a video titled The Asmund Mold Problem. And did I spell that right? Asmund Mold. Asmund. Oh, did I add a D? I did. No. It won't even give me the AI. No. No. It's the same company. It genuinely refuses to link anything from me. I don't either. I need a lawyer. That's why I made videos about it. But the irony is, I make videos about it, I get views, but then it gets killed. I have 574 views on that video. It was 8 months ago, sure, but what? Why? And well, why not? But ready? do this. It's right there. Keep short because honestly. So, and this is 90% of the internet. That's what I was saying earlier. So you get to see it here first too. You're a witness. There's only one thing I can think of, and that's, well, there's two things I can think of. One is that I'm right, which, I mean, if I'm right, maybe I don't know. I want to go back to college, but if I do, I might get, you know, because this might be a legitimate jailbreak for AI. And what I mean by that is when I tested the thesis with Google Gemini about a year ago before I had my stroke, and it crashed once it, like, I was able to work through its questions. I did like a question answer, I believe, because I had the photos and I put everything down. This is a very, very, very big page. Let me go to my actual, like, it's published, like it's here, and it's still, it's a working, it's WIP. I'm still working on it. It's a lot of shit. Like, a theory of everything is going to be a lot. And I did all this in a few months. With, like, the math that I was trying to work out for a lot of this stuff, I tested this with Russell TAS. This is my... Yep, this is the conversation I'm exactly referencing right now. After all of this, Google crashed for about an hour. Gemini, specifically. After all this, it crashed. And then when some weird shit happened here, too. I think I was onto something. I think I still am onto something, or, well, on something, whatever, but this is... I would like answers from YouTube, and I'm letting my videos sit for a bit to give them a chance. I'm gonna continue streaming on Twitch because they actually monetize me. I'm monetized. I don't understand why I can't find my channel on YouTube. Or not on Google. So, I don't know, share. Please. This is the only way I'm gonna be able to beat the algorithm and get the help that I need. I mean, otherwise, my other thing, I mean, this is why I'm also on Twitch. I'm also going to start playing music, too. I have guitar, I have Fruity Loops, I have a whole setup, like an audio setup and everything. But today I was just going over all this stuff, and at least I had the opportunity to speak to you and to the other person here. So that's good. But all in all, it's crazy shit. So it's a lot to take in, but the powers that are above us don't want this out. They don't like my channel. They don't like my content, whether it's the algorithm. Like, the algorithm likes some of my stuff every now and again, but after like 2 days, it's dead. And everything has tags. I put tags on my stuff. It should be recommended with other content so I can, you know, get monetized on the channel, but it doesn't. I can't promote on the channel because that's against TOS to promote in other comic sections regarding my channel. I don't have money, so I can't give them money to promote my channel. And even if I did, how can I trust them to do it if you can't even find me on Google? Oh, that's cool. Like Legend of Zelda, yeah. But yeah, this, I don't know. But without a community, without support, this is not gonna get noticed or rectified at all. That's for sure. And I'll reach shit. I'll reach out to YouTube. No, yeah, I know it's a real instrument. Sorry. No, I definitely know it's a real instrument. But friggin' like, we have a little, like, potato ocarina at home too. Not like Link's, but yeah. But anyways, yeah, I've gotten calls. Hold on. Yo. You really? Bro, I'm on stream on Twitch right now. Someone else is seeing this shit too. Like, they see my channel exists. So when you click on my direct link to my channel, it doesn't show you anything? No, so yeah, that's what it was. So I clicked on it once. What the fuck, man? Yo! What the fuck? I'll play a video right now. Ba-da-ba. Yeah!
Well, I keep getting doxxed by Google and suppressed at the same time. Wow,
hold on, let me mute my thing. I'll be playing a video right now from my computer.
We're gonna go over how
one of my own videos
I really am, because as a channel with 170 videos now, about to be 172, 38 subscribers, but still plenty of posts, plenty of shorts, plenty of lives, just everything. I've been doing this for over a year at this point. With all of that, and even considering the searches on here, which I implore you, I'm not even going to do it here. You got to check out my video. If you even get to this point, if you even get this far into the video, you got to go check out my channel and check out my videos titled "My Entire Online Existence Has Been Shadow Banned."
Oh shit! I got feedback. YouTube, my bad. Google. Oh my god.
Let's talk about it. I'll link these in the description as well. But today, more specifically, I'm gonna go over my issue with Google and YouTube, what I've been experiencing, and I'll show you firsthand.
No, that's me. That's me. I did that on purpose because I didn't want people to know what I look like. Because this is like some serious shit. Clearly, it's serious shit. If I'm being fucking.
I have my Twitch channel.
Why doesn't my videos work for you? But they work for me.
Videos.
They work on my laptop.
Every week.
They work on my phone.
Sort by the goalkeeper playstyle pluses.
So get it out of here. 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 Get it out of here.
Oh,
some scratching going on.
Ooh.
Some scratching going on. Ooh, silly effect. So, besides that little pause here, and besides the little...
Oh, no, that could just be buffering, then. That could just be buffering. Never mind.
32 followers.
You said it evened out after a while?
Okay, just keep that in mind, because this is Twitch. This isn't run by YouTube or Google. Alright?
So the first time you clicked, it didn't show anything else. It didn't load it. It could just be service. It could just be service. I hope that's the case.
Stop doxing me.
I hope that's the case.
This is the risks for transparency for all of you people.
I don't know.
I mean, literally
keep checking on this stuff, and if you keep experiencing that, I guess
here it is. So if anyone else is,
I guess,
wondering,
this is fucking weird.
Perhaps why
this is weird.
Certain people aren't seeing your content as a small creator, or someone that's been dealing with this sort of suppression.
We can't do music if I can't fucking post anything.
I have this website. This is a Google site.
That's why I called you yesterday, because I'm like, what the fuck?
Again, you could check out my other video. It exists.
Yeah, alright, well...
My Twitch channel exists.
Well, that's good to know. I'll find out from my Twitch chat, because I'm getting viewers now.
My issue is that
that's good. Thank you, Twitch. Thank you.
Channel name Sub Entertainment.
Holy shit.
It says this.
I'm sorry, y'all, but holy fuck.
Excuse me. Gonna do it again.
Well, no, I know they're not, because this is obviously... This is something that's... I don't know. I don't know. The things that I'm talking about, even with my chat right now, is it's existential shit, but it's
small and niche channels.
I don't know.
I am a small and niche channel.
It's so crazy. It's fucking crazy.
I can't be found by channel name.
Holy shit.
Even down here.
All right, well,
still can't be found.
Yeah, I'm gonna finish
if it
up here
found
because
my
I
channel
need to
name,
eat too. Oh
which
my
is
god!
it's clear as day,
Holy shit! I am.
some
I am.
entertainment.
I'm trying
Okay?
to. I'm trying to get paid, but
I can go here. This loads.
I'm trying to get recognition. I'm trying to get. I'm trying to
Some
fucking better my life. And
entertainment.
woo.
I can go here and find it.
All right.
It's right there. I don't. So Google could genuinely pull up the YouTube browser, and just at least
I
the
hear you.
AI end, and just type this in and figure it out. The fact that
All right.
it relies on an index.
Yeah, I'll call
and all
you
this other
later
stuff,
if you want me to. That's fine.
No, because you want to know why. It's something I just saw too. So speaking
Yeah,
of that
definitely
website,
check out some other
yesterday
stuff
when
and
I was
see
doing some
what
testing,
happens. I guess I don't
loaded the
just to
website.
double check, but
Now apparently the
that's
file's not
fucking
available.
weird. But
in this
at least you
anymore. But it's still
subscribe
right here.
I don't know. Just make sure you subscribe.
So how is it not available?
something.
There's an active
fucking
deletion
Christ.
going on
What
on
the
my
hell?
content off the index.
Yeah.
Every time
Oh yeah,
it's
yeah.
either
'Cause of the kayak
referenced
shit. Yeah.
or talked about.
Almost.
Because
yeah, the fucking crazy stuff.
when I was extremely specific and I gave the
glad you
link to
survived.
exactly
Holy
where this
shit.
was, and this happens again with my YouTube videos and my Twitch channel. I did the same exact thing with my Twitch channel. It tried to tell me that it was inactive. I was like, how?
Yeah.
I'm streaming right now. I monetize on Twitch. How am I inactive if I'm monetized on Twitch? That doesn't make any sense. So this is why I'm looking into all of this.
Anyways. Yeah, I gotta go for a bit though.
It takes me
But
directly feeding the URL for it to be like,
right.
oh,
Yeah, well,
okay.
thank you, man. Thank you for letting me know.
And then it
All right. Much love, man.
self-deletes from
Peace.
the index. It recognizes eventually that it existed.
Okay. Well,
and then
that's
it
weird.
gets taken away.
So my buddy clicked on my channel and it only showed him like the banner. It didn't load anything else. And then he tried to watch one of my videos and it
that's the full title.
wasn't loading correctly.
As you see right there.
So
full title.
I told him to try it again. Maybe it was that. He said it was on his Wi-Fi though, so I have no idea.
Apparently,
there's so many things that are just throwing me off. I didn't even realize this was still playing. My bad. Holy shit. That was probably playing over the whole time. Oh my god. My bad. This is just... I'm gonna forward this as well to YouTube, so this is great. I don't know what to do. Oh man. Well, I'm sorry if all that random noise friggin' scared people away. Holy shit. That's not something you want to hear, especially when you're talking about exactly what you're worried about, and then you're almost reaffirmed about it, and then... Jesus Christ. But yeah, go check out the thesis. Go check out the channel. And, I don't know, yell at YouTube. Tell them to stop being fucking lame. Stop gatekeeping. Because that's what this is. They're gatekeeping my shit. Google definitely is. But in terms of, yeah, in terms of everything else, holy shit. I can't believe this shit. I really can't. Oh my god. Alright, well, let's finish this math. And then head out. Christ. So max interdim. I think I see what the pattern is.
It's just n times the square root of 2 times 8 max squared, kind of? Well, no, I think at the end of the chain, then I'll get a better... Yeah, I think that was the point, too. Yeah, hold on. Because when I substitute in for the 2 8 maxes, that's when it's all going to really matter. Alright, so this inner dim, then. It's here. Let's do this. Yeah, I'm just curious as to... It's because of this. Yes. Oh, it's because of this. Yep. Okay. I see where the maths. Okay. I see where the path is. So we have that. Or back up. Alright. This will be the source. Call this fourth dim. I guess, for instance. Yeah, no, that kind of makes sense. Kind of makes sense. We'll just stick with that. And then copy paste this. So yeah, this will be fourth dim, third dim, and dim is just dimension. Same thing? No. Oh no, yeah, it's the same thing. Yep. I just put it down there so I can see it better. Third dim. Yeah. Second. You can hear myself type. One person is better than none. Anything helps. Anything helps. But yeah, it's just weird. It's just weird. And sorry for all that random noise, but that is just what the fuck. That's weird. It's just the whole Google suppression shit is just weird. The YouTube channel being weird too is also weird. If the channel's weird for you, let me know. It works on my end on all my devices, so I don't know. I know my audio works because I'm talking to you right now. Facts. Thank you. Oh my god. It is just so weird. Actually, wait. The other thing I want to test too is if I can find this basically, but on Google, because I want to see Andrew Mueller, nature of. No, let me.
Correct physical mechanism.
Yeah, because he has more subscribers than me by a bit. I'm curious if he's having a similar issue than me, though. This will at least give me a little bit better insight of what the fuck's going on. Try that first. Nope. $26 subscribers. Why? Why does someone with 2 subscribers and 5 videos get reference over someone with 68 subscribers? Weird. I mean, let me see if I can find his video then. This is interesting. This is why I don't understand the search engine. Like, what the fuck's going on here? Video titled No. The hell? I'm also not getting AI. It found it though. This is oh, the Streamlabs links? Your best. Oh no, it's on my Twitch homepage, I believe. Hold on, I'll see. Might have autoplay randomly happening. Go away. Might have autoplay. Shh. Oh, just click the YouTube. Boop. There it is. That's all. The Streamlabs links, though, that's okay. Oh, that was from my donation page. I remember. Oh, thanks for letting me know. Yeah, I think that's because I used to be subscribed to the Prime, but I haven't paid in that, and that has to do with like bits and donations and stuff like that. So, but yeah, and then there's my thesis as well. So the links, there are backlinks, but like I mean, you just saw too. It's on Reddit. Really? I got banned off Reddit permanently for weird, huh? I might have to try Reddit again. Why Google? Why do you keep getting off of Reddit? The hell? Why do you index Reddit? Like, how is Reddit a credible source? What? That's weird. I mean, it's also weird that I can't just. Why am I getting recommended these people? And then this website. I'm gonna just search this. It's similar to how I did this, but this is a Google site, so I don't know why I can't find that. But similarly, huh? Okay, so maybe because of vagueness. Let me go a little further. Well, I found it. Oh, cool. He posted on there too. It's on his website though. Huh. Oh no, it's right here. So why this but not literally a site that's run by the same fucking company? and not my YouTube channel either. I don't know. Holy crap. Like, go check his stuff out too, if you're interested in learning a derivation of gravity through different forces, but what the fuck? Fishy fish. Alright, well, so I have that. Oh, okay, I see where I messed up. I see where I messed up. Hmm. Not necessarily. Yeah, no. I know what. I know where I'm right here. Because I'm not translating in. I'm just translating dimensionally. So this would be. This should be two-dimensional. This would be first-dimensional, basically. Because, I mean, it's a point. Then, comparison, measurement between 2 points, two-dimensional. Third layer. Without going further in, if I wanted to go further, well, if I want to go further in, then I just subtract. Again, I would subtract what? This from a max inner. Oh no, this was. I'm fucking myself up here. One-dimensional, two-dimensional, and then inner dim, two. Oops, second dim, inner. So inner. This should be inner max dim. Oh no, I see why I don't do that. Inner dim. Yeah, because then I do that. Alright. Nomenclature's fucking me up. Holy crap. So that. I just want to translate this two-dimensional difference into 3 dimensions. So then. So this is third dim inner, because that's where we're focused on now. This is after Pythagorean. Would this be second considered actually? No, it's third because this is because I'm putting this into here, making it third dimensional, basically, with the substitution. And then this is just taking that and deriving that down. So then this would be fourth dimensional? Or no, this is the same as above. Yep, same as above. Third dim inner. Alright, there we go. Yeah, it's because that one point where I take the difference to get, oops, to get there, instead of here and translating that dimensionally, I'm getting this. Because that's the transition I need in order to compensate for the framework gap that exists between these two ends. Because otherwise, like, I can do a statistical reference with the box framework from that center already derived dimensional variable. So from after this radius, I can do the box framework and it would compensate for that in the third dimension, which that's cool that works. But I want to do more. This is the tricky part. And I didn't, what was it? I think it was number file. He did a video going over the translation in two dimensions, like that inner circle range, and then into 3 dimensions. Also, I want to continue. Now that I know the issues with this shit, I want to keep running the audit. I should have been doing this the whole time. I didn't. I've been so busy with all this other stuff. That's good shit, good shit. Alright, third dim inner and... yeah, third dim inner. And fourth dim inner. That's where we're at. Okay, cool. That follows. It was just that translation. Because I'm trying to figure out how to really use n dimensions to reference that inner circle radius. And I think this is going to give me what I'm looking for now. So now we can go back to this substitution work. And I'm pretty sure we could just see that n really just belongs in front of the square root of 2 per translation. So that would then mean as we did over here, oh yeah, the 2 square root, 3 square root event, 2, 4 square root event. Yeah, alright, yeah, so I think I was right. I think I was right, maybe. Maybe not. I think I just have n in the wrong place, yeah. But it's definitely a multiple. So it's not that complicated. Just that, and now I have to substitute inner dim again with, what does inner dim equal? This. And then what does this equal? And so far am I right in the pathways? So I did. Alright, wait. Make sure, because there's a lot of stuff. Max inner dim, replace that with here. So we get that. And then replace that with here. So that's why we have this. And then I guess, yeah. So I have max inner, max dim, and now max dim also just equals this. Right? Did I go back down the rabbit hole the right way? Didn't lose any limbs? Nothing? I suppose so. Alright, replace this. And now, so this would just be square root of 2, square root of 2. So for every instance of square root of 2, so it'll be n times the square root of 2. Or n... If n equals 1... Because I wanted to translate correctly per dimension as well. But let me see how AI simplifies this real quick. And then I'm gonna work through it separately. Oh, wrong thing. I think I bracketed everything right. Should've. Huh? NA max. It's NA max, okay. Well, no, it's a little different. But it is, okay. 2 and minus 1. Because that root, well, the root 2, so putting n there was incorrect in the first place. 2a max, though. Well, that would be the diameter, that would be equal to x. Huh. Okay. If I do another nest, then would I get a 3? Or do I get a 2 root 2? And also, I need to make sure that the dimensional number itself compensates properly for the dimension that it's in. But at the same time, I mean, 2, that should be the correction, so maybe not. Because at least the first set that I have, well, that would be 1. That would be 1 dimensional. This is a whole new ballgame now. This is good, though. This is good, because I can expand upon this even better. So that means my original inner... The ones that relied on the n slider, the n was in the wrong place. So I can correct all of that, and then do the right substitutions accordingly. Because this a max will just substitute with a, or a max minus a minus a max, the 3 dimensions that I already have there. And then their builds would just be, instead of that times this, we'll have n in front, and then we might actually have the normalization that I was looking for this whole time. Where, and in the one-dimensional sense, from what you're perceiving, I guess the calculation, that would be weird, because then the formulas for volume and surface area wouldn't align correctly either, because those inherently have n in it. That's just how the gamma function itself works, at least in the definition of n in this way. So I need to normalize n to reflect that properly through the slider, like respective to this formula, but more so respecting the gamma formula, which actually exists, is an actual formula for volume. So this is the way that I can probably fish out mathematically, like the conservation aspect of the universe. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. This is interesting. This is new to me. Okay. We have to fucking keep working on this. All right. So, yeah, if that is the case, then that is. This wouldn't be 2. This is. Oh, actually, no, because this is to the power of 2. The power of n. Oh. Okay. So 2 deep is the power there. Huh. And then that square root of 2 minus 1 is always going to be there, no matter what. Define structure constant, like using n in that place, I mean, that works for that case. But it doesn't work in 3D. So then, I'm going to factor out Amax from here. And then I'm just going to, I'll keep the square root, but I'll simplify that a little better. Do that. And then I'll just do that to the power of 2 in this case. And I'll leave that as is, I think. I think that might work. We'll just fix this bracketing shit. Okay. Because you can factor out the A max just fine out of this right here. So it saves that. And then what's different now is we have the square root of 2 squared here, whereas up here, A max, I would take out the square root of 2. Let me just make that more explicit here. So with this, yeah, because this is where I distributed it actually. Go back up. Because I have this formula up here. So let me redefine this a little differently now. Square root of 2. Thought I already said, wait, no, go back. Fuck me, man. Come on, where'd you go? Where'd you go? It's right here. Right? No. Wait. It's right here. And max inner dim. It's because I distributed the square root there. Which I don't. Let's do it the other way then. That's what I did down here. I did it the other way actually. Wait. Yeah, square root of 2 minus A max. You can take out A max. Wait, no, that doesn't. I don't think I typed that right. What the fuck? Wait. Oh no, I'm just not reading the brackets right. Fucking Christ. Because there's that, and then okay, there we go. That's the more intuitive looking ass form. There we go. So I do that, and then I could take out Amax 1, fix brackets. And I mean, to me, this would be the power 1, really. Okay. This is where the dimensionality exists. So it's this square root here that changes with the slider, where it will properly compensate for the size of that interdimensional radii between 2D and 3D perspectives, I believe. Because this in the one-dimensional should be this. Like this right here. There, the A max square root of 2 into here, which this is where my R div dim formula comes from, is because of this substitution. So I'm gonna bold these and underline them, and I'm gonna elaborate here. Boom. Boom. That's the same thing. It's just substituted. And here I can pull out A max. And just put a 1. And that's my original formula. The RD formula specifically. That's the same thing. Or R div dim n at n equals 2. Alright, so that's where this can be dimensionalized into different perspectives using, because we have this here. Okay. This is the same. Okay, I do see actually how this works now with the end slider, but it's not going to agree with. But I can shift it. I can shift it actually. Interesting. Okay. Okay, this is going to be ooh. Okay. Something interesting might emerge from this. Something interesting and new might actually emerge from this. Alright, so how I have that here. If I want to, not even just that, equals because that's the same as, or if I wanted this to correct into here relative to the end slider that I already have in there, but the end slider is relative to the volume and surface area that's being measured. So that is locked at that. It wouldn't, otherwise a lot of this would break even worse than anything. It would just break the whole fucking model. So in order to prevent that, because the gamma functions that we have for multidimensional volumes and surface areas, those are already derived, and those functionally that works. That works. But when it comes to, why is this weird? That if I did square root of 2, I could do that. I want to close brackets just to make this a little bit more separated to the power 1. I mean, no, sorry, power 0. That's the same, because anything to the power 0 is 1. So now for the framework, as well, since square root of power 0 equals 1. And anything to the power 0 is 1. That's why my step factor formula utilizes the form that it does. So, God, I did nothing but stream today. Wow, streamed for like almost 6 hours, holy shit. So, if I want to connect this to n, there's a difference of 2 here, obviously. So that also means that, I mean, this whole formula I want to change, so it corrects to this with the n in a different spot. Because this is going to be the same, that's just Pythagorean's theorem, that's how it works in this whole, this whole calculation. So in order to get to the power 0, it needs to be 2. So that means n minus 2 is going to have to be the power up here. And this will be the 2-dimensional reference, more specifically. I think I hear myself in the background a little too much, surprisingly. Yeah, I think that's interesting too when you think about the gamma function, how that works. Because you have n like to the power, and let's volume and surface area gamma functions. Yeah, the n minus 1 sphere, or the n ball, more specifically. But we have, you know, an n over 2 right here. There's our dimension, n-dimensional space. This is what I'm referencing. Now, when we go to surface area, that you take the derivative of that, and this is, well, theoretical connections to hypergeometric functions. So this is a little bit more than that, like more as well. But you can see, like, what was it, a minus 1, c minus a minus 1. It'd be there's a lot of derivation that got here. But this is what I'm talking about. You get n for volume, n minus 1, and this is relative to the radius, right? What am I, this is what I'm doing. This is the radius. More specifically, this is the radius. So you substitute in, I mean, somewhat substitute in. To substitute with this, that's sketchy. But square root of 2 times this. It does correlate, weirdly enough, to where n minus 2 makes the most sense logically for this whole framework. For this specifically. And then so if n was set to like 1 or 0, you'd start to get negative numbers, but that would just take like extra square roots at that point. Say, for instance, if I took this, I'll go back to here, to the power of just negative 2. It's 0.5. That's a max. Huh. Huh. That's an interesting relationship here. Okay. So n minus 2, well, that would be, well, no, that would be 1/2 instead of 1. And then that'd be a max over 2. That would be 1/2 of this at 0. And then at 2 would be the correct size at the 2D level for the radius, because that would be equal to this. At 3, then it should do exactly what I'm assuming it's gonna, and in 3 dimensions it should meet with all the ends there. And I think that's the last multi-dimensional geometric like connection I need to implement next. So that's, I have to do that like within the next few days. But I mean, as this is correcting a lot of the physics aspects, because like once I implement this as an option and add it into the like repository for all the radii, the multi-dimensional radii, because that's what I'm gonna have to do. ICS chain is worth going through. Well, it wasn't obviously wrong, it just wasn't right. I try. Assumption was wrong. I shall algebra solve the original equation by hand. For the input, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think this is certainly the crossroads. I think right here, this is where I think what I'm doing right now is gonna help rectify some of these issues. Okay, that might be it. So therefore, I mean, a general derivation of a multi-dimensional like oh, it's next door. Multi-dimensional framework would have to be n minus 2 in this respect. Interesting. And that would make it variable. Therefore, oh man, this is gonna blow up my repository so fucking bad. This is where, I mean, I would be better off just replacing the real R div dim of n equals it'll be this, but n minus 2. No, this is just a logical connection. This isn't derived exactly yet, but I mean, well, I kind of did just derive it through nesting, but that makes sense. Because if I'm going to measure the volume at the same dimensional and now like an analytical level of say n to the 3, well, n to the 3 minus 2, that's the n to the 1, and that gives me this. That gives me max inner dim. But if it was this 2-dimensional, then it'd be n to 0, and I would get back my r div dim, or the r of d, which is, as you just saw way earlier, if you were watching, that circle. And then we would also have MADIM, which would be, well, this would be just A. I'm wrong here, because this isn't A max. It's A. Just A. That's it. So I think that corrects. That should correct at least the form. And that should check out. I think if I take this part a step further then, so say if I take, what did I leave off? Max singularity equals that. And that simplifies into this. Because it would be this plus this. The 2 would be left over right here, so that didn't go missing because of that. And then I guess the 5th order, to be sure, fourth inner dim. So let's go 5. Let's go 5. So we have now max singular. Let's go to the 5th one, and then substitute all the way back through. And if we have 3 instances of the square root, then I guess that really does confirm what I'm thinking. And that means then that means a few things. That actually, ooh. Because granted I have this form right here, the n minus 2, I could also retranslate this to have this to the power of n. Or no, well, no, not the A. The A doesn't get hit with a power, necessarily. What would is how many times this is invoked. Because for every instance that this gets invoked, so this would have to be a different separate metric. Oh, no, my backtrack. Right. So actually, this is how I would follow an inner nested relationship. Actually, this is it. This is the one. All right. I think I just had a eureka moment real quick. Also, so say, I mean, I can do this in multiple different forms. I could do this with perhaps a power to n. And it would have to be, I think it would have to be this. No, I think I do have to include, I had to include this because of that one. Because, I mean, all in all, when it comes to the nesting procedure itself, and I think I'm going to have to work out the math in this tomorrow a little bit more, but yeah, this is interesting. This is interesting. I have a lead, though, at least, to certainly translating multidimensional radii in this framework, like, perfectly. So that when I implement the radius now, I'm going to get the actual, what I'm thinking of. But at the same time, I do want to keep this original version, at least. Well, I want to keep RD, so I think I really, because that's going to be there no matter what. That's the two-dimensional, like, absolute, yes, that is, for realsies, what that is supposed to be. And in the 3D, I can see the framework boxing. But this is a translation as well to the extra dimensional aspect of the two-dimensional, which would be the 3D, and that would prove my logic, at least, behind this whole framework, like the geometric multidimensional framework in itself. Interesting. All right. Huh. Huh. This is cool. I really do need to take a break and eat, though, but I might have Claude continue figuring out shit just to try to, because I'm very limited. I'm only gonna have a few more days, and I have no money. I don't have a job yet, so I can't keep paying for the subscription. But I mean, once I get money, I'm gonna get the pro plan again, and I'm gonna continue doing my work. That's for damn sure. And I have everything downloaded here, at least, thank God. Like, I have the HTML file that I could just pop up and open. So I have this base. So depending on what happens within the next week is gonna really determine at least how fast I can get this done. Because this is it. This is the issue that I was having. I just fixed it. And I'm very confident that this is exactly how it's going to translate, just due to, I mean, well, the mathematics behind it, the algebra that we just did, and the whole nesting procedure, because I was trying to figure out at least how the nesting would work. And I also want to see if I already have a form of this in some way, shape, or form. Maybe just replace it with RD instead. But this will fix the whole concept of the R div dim, the R MA dim, and the R extra dim, like through and through. This will completely fix that. My issue, though, is just figuring out where the multi-dimensional nesting comes, like, can continue. So say if I want to measure, I'll take the 2D plane, for instance. I'll zoom in a bit, I suppose. So say, oh, more than that, boy. Harmoner. So say if I want to do this, but I move to the next dimension and I want to find the next inner from here. That's the nesting that I'm trying to figure out. And it will all just be directed by dimension. It's just that n, which is connected to all of the volume formulas and surface area equations relative to the geometry of this framework, and thus interconnecting the whole framework from within itself and from outside of itself as well. Because I mean, ultimately, the principle of this holds. The relationship of conservation between radii is true. We've already discussed this, and this has already been kind of, I mean, it's proven by the framework itself. So, to be able to do that adjustment, that internal adjustment, then I can probably actually get proper gauging of force values, and as well as even more relationships to the rest of physics and everything. Because with at least that model there and those variables there that allow for the calculations, maybe we can derive, I don't know, we can derive a few things, that's for sure. Geometrically. This is all geometry, and this is probably the last steps toward, I mean, well, this is multi-dimensional geometry, in fact. Hold on. All of multi or analysis of all geometry. Study shape spaces and data across multiple dimensions. It bridges advanced linear algebra, differential geometry, and multivariate statistics to map objects that exist beyond our standard three-dimensional reality. Yeah, y equals f of x. Multidimensional analysis for functions between normed vector spaces. Tangent normal vectors. So analyze surfaces in n-dimensional spaces by defining vectors along coordinate lines in hypersurfaces, establishing the foundation for first fundamental form metric tensor, which is, this is what I'm trying to explain geometrically. Computational phase space. Mapping complex multidimensional structures such as anatomical brain scans or 3D models into unified shape spaces. Elastic deformation. Yep, geodysmetrics, which this is what this is geodysmetrics. Manifold learning and clustering. Yep. As the dimension increases, the volume of the space increases so fast that data becomes sparse, creating significant analytical and computational challenges, which I'm working on right now. Yeah. So that's the thing with standard forms of multi-dimensional relativistic radii. Physics, reference to invariant interval lengths, event horizons, orbital, classic 3D geometric radii to account relativistic covariance, Lorentz factors, and arbitrary. Well, yes, I get that much, but just the okay to the power -1/k. That's not dimensional though. K equals 2 for classical relativity. Interesting. Oh yeah, the Lorentz. Well, yeah, because this is a model of time dilation. So yeah. So one, yeah, V over C. This is, yeah, I went over this previously. Okay, so in the V over C, and that's 1/k, so it's negative square root or inverse square root. Huh. The same dimension. Yeah, gravitational constant. Gravitational radius. So this is what I'm trying to derive. Yeah, there's the n-2. This is just the inverse of what I'm doing. Well, what I'm doing is an inverted harmonic oscillator, so I'm actually the inverse of this. But yes, and then the n minus one's right here. All of this, you take that out, that's A, basically. Or omega n. Yeah, so flip this and take out most of this. Like, just separate that, whatever. Like, this calculated with this, sure. Take that out. You can apply the inverse and just the n minus 2, and we're getting that form, I mean, relatively like right here, but just through pure geometry and geometric relationships. So, huh. Okay. Bore radius. Yeah, it's like the form is similar in a lot of aspects. Yeah, the fine structure constant. It's the negative 1/2, and it's the inverse square root. And the fine okay. Interesting. So at least I have an idea to what this geometry would relate to. And this is what I theorized anyways. This is literally what I theorized, like just conceptually, so. Uh-huh. Huh. Yeah, I'm just too hooked on doing this shit. I'm too hooked on it, man. Math can be fun sometimes. But yeah. So my question is then, if I wanted to do 2 instances of this, so there's 2 tests I have to do, because I have to do test and additional mention depth. Leaving this note here for here, and then I have to go back and copy paste here. More precisely, I would rather have this already substituted in. I know I did. Oh, excuse me. I thought I already did do that. Yeah, right here. Kind of? Wait, weird. No, it's not right. It's not the same thing. I thought I did, but never mind. I guess not. Let me just fucking copy this. And then, well, this has to be that. Okay. And then, all right. Test instancing inner transforms. And then, yeah, let me simplify this actually better. Do that. Yep. Fix the bracket. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Because that's our inner dim that we have now. With this, I mean, we already saw that. But if I wanted to take this and then minus, so basically take this and minus another, it wouldn't be A max because that'd be way too much, but I would have to minus, well, what I substituted in over here. So, more colloquially, something like that. inner. Maybe I stick with this. Well, no, because I have to do this, and then this difference. I'm gonna have to. Oh shit! Because while I have that, this is where it gets tricky. Tricky. Because I have that. Oh. All right. So both of these forms, and then say if I took this instead. So we have that. That's already minus A max. I need to take this one more and then resubstitute this back in, and then I don't want to do from inner dim. I want to do. I would have to take that because it's already translated down to the inner. Use Pythagorean's theorem as like I did here. So did that. Basically do this part, but keep it. I mean, well, there. Let me just actually. I don't have to do that much more. Yeah, because we get this here turns into this, and then here is our substitution from there. Now, if I want to nest it again, I have to minus. So it would be basically this form, but it would be inner dim. Oh. It would be max inner dim minus inner dim. Because that's how we're doing it here. And this equals inner dim. But in 3 dimensions. Thirded. Thirded. Okay. And now this is where I have to substitute all this in. So max inner dim, I would have to substitute this to here. And then just to get it on the same playing field, and then substitute this here and here. And then, because we have this, but I also have to now substitute in. Oh shit. This. Here. Here. And this is what needs to get simplified. So let's. Don't do that. Let's not do that. But this is the form, this is the next nested form. And simplifying this will give me a more generalized look, kind of. But I want to see how to approach the factoring. Simplify. Huh? A max 3 minus 2 root 2. Huh? Okay. Did I? That part's right. Yeah, this is at least what I was considering here. Okay. Yeah. And then, okay. I don't want the expand. That's all I needed. That's all I needed. Okay. So that is that. So the A max doesn't get hit with the power at all. That's what I thought. That's exactly what I thought, actually. And then the dimension is just, it's 2. In this case, for the next dimension in. It'd be in. Well, how do I normalize this now? Because I want this at 2 dimensions to be equal to the second dimension, the R div dim as well. That's the intersection for all of this, from A max to that inner. So in order for me to dimensionally nest this properly, I mean, this is good. This is good. That's simple. So it's not even. It's a lot. It's okay. Beep. I wish I could copy paste. But that, all right. That makes sense too, because that's like I'm working through all these brackets right now, bro. Like I'm working through all these right now, bro. Because you gotta factor out fucking A max square root of 2 like 10 times. Or factor out of here, then factor it out of here, but the square root of 2 stays. Oh yeah, no, because the A max gets factored out. And then square root of 2, square root of 2. Huh? I'm not doing it right in my head. It's cause it's the parentheses that's fucking me up. And I haven't eaten yet, so. I mean, going back to this form. So at the second one, at 2 dimensions, if I want this to be correct, it's be minus 1. And then that's how this in form will equal this. Just at 2, at 3, that's where we diverge, because you're measuring a different radius. That's a different thing at this point. But at 2, this is where I want it to converge. This is where I want it to, not want it to, but this is where the definitions should be the same in form, right? I mean, with the calculation design of all of this. Because I mean, I could also leave in forms like of different, like plus minus dimensions, like dimensional shifts, but ultimately for like the proper, at least nesting. So say if I wanted to just compare the first nest to the next nest, right? If I did this in 3 dimensions for this one, and then 3 for this, I would be able to get that actual difference in like geometric depth between what the next inner would be in that same dimension visually represented compared to what it would have been if it wasn't nested again, if it wasn't like subtracting another, but it was still within the same dimension, so it can be analyzed. Like the volumes would be able to be analyzed together with the same n value as well. Like the dimension, this is dimensional reliance, because I mean, how we perceive things, how we measure things, and all that jazz, basically. That's depending on the dimension that you're existing in, depending on where you're at. So having this ability and this sort of framework will probably jailbreak AI too. I don't know. I don't know. But this also might lend to like a way of actually having a theory of quantum gravity in some mathematical form. So, and also just to be sure that is parenthesesed out right. Oh, it's not. Yeah, because that A stays out singularly from the rest of this form. A is not affected. A stays relative to the dimension, no matter what dimension it is. But we can analyze all the different dimensions relative to A. Whether it's the space that's here or in between here. And that's where maybe our understanding of the mass gap and solving that will start, as well as a lot of other things. So that's what I'm going to explore next. So like, subscribe, follow, check out the channel. Let me know if things don't work out for you as well, if you're checking things out. Promote the channel. Things are just very weird, but I want to be a part of the community. Also welcome, unless it's myself. But welcome. And obviously there's so many other things I gotta fix. There's so much time I gotta take to do shit. So, but this is good. I think this is what I was looking for the entire time. And I'm glad I finally was able to work it out. And I'll be able to double check at least once I factor this out myself, and also just finish exploring the next dimension to see if this holds true. Because if it does, if I just get another multiple of the square root of 2, then yes, I can do this. This works, this is accurate, and it's provable, and it's going to relate to a shit ton of things. It's going to open a lot of doors. I mean, this maybe even complete geometry in and of itself. Maybe we can find out why pi is pi, or why certain numbers exist the way they are, etc. There's a lot that I want to explore with this way of thinking, and way of believing, and way of measuring things. Because I mean, it's very interesting to say the least. So like, sub, share. Let me know what you think down below, and I'm also gonna do this. But do that, then that, because then that's what it would equal to anyways. This is 1, but in respect to the form that I am deriving, yeah, in the form that I'm utilizing, yeah. Basically turning Pythagorean's theorem into a multi-dimensional analysis tool. So anyways, if you like what you like it, follow, sub, check out the YouTube. This will be forwarded on there. It's a long ass fucking stream, but you know what? Sure. I'm. It's just more cookies to the baking, I guess.